night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
Riverside, wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home, wait for me.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you 250 miles above your imagination from the International Fake Station, up here between the stars and the earth, somehow magically defying physical law. And I have my good friend Something Wong back here with me to make sure that we fly straight and level across the plane, and he keeps the bowls loaded. So that's what we look for up here on the International Fake Station. My goodness gracious, how many people have we got out here tonight already? Got a good amount of people. Good. Did you guys like that? Did you guys like that little thing? I'm gonna just show that again. I ran across that on what do you call it, on X today. I thought it was funny, so I downloaded it and I added it in.
Riverside, wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home, wait for me.
I don't know. I thought that was kind of cool. I thought it was funny. What the hell, right? So we got a few. Maria liked it. Good to see that Maria liked that one. That was a good one. I thought it was cute. Got Half Warrior in here tonight. Josh Monday, what's happening, buddy? Let's see. Greg Brayton's with us here tonight. Yehovah's lovely daughter, Barbara. I sent that to her, and she told me that now her eyes needed to be baptized. You might need to be exercised first and then baptized, Barbara. So I don't know. We got Brad and Tasha's in here tonight. Now, see, I never know. Is it Brad and Tasha? Do you guys like watch the show together? Or is it just Brad? Or is it just Tasha? I mean, I'm a little bit confused. We got Rasta Bear with us here tonight. Maria Walker, what's happening, girl? Who else we got? The True Few. Hang on. There's Benny Boy. What up, brother? Look, he said that. What up? I like it. Mojo's in here tonight too. Good to see you, Mojo. Tony Coriolis. It sounds like Don Coriolis. I'm going to make you an offer you're going to refuse. You know what I'm saying? And Don Coriolis. Like Johnny Milani over here with me. There's not.
I swear to God, this. My stepdad's last name is Milani.
Oh, no way. So your real name is Johnny Milani. That's fucked up. That sounds like you. Why would you? They were supposed to drop you off in Jersey to grow up, not here.
It's a secret.
Holy crap.
Don't
No
make
shit.
me contact.
I ain't gonna say shit. I'll be good. I'll be good. We got Ryan Cookie Monster in the house as well here tonight. Let's see. I think I pretty much covered everybody so far. Half Warrior. Did I miss anybody? LJ. Thumbnail needs more meat. Too many veggies. Well, hey, you know, it's some of those what look like veggies are actually fine, tenderized pieces of cat. So keep that in mind. You know, it's, what kind of meat are we looking for in our Chinese food?
What's that last name?
Oh, no shit. Yeah. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. I'd like to dig into the origins of that. Yeah. You're one of the Sopranos or some shit now, right? Get out of here. No, they'd have dumped you in the river. Maybe that's what they did. They dumped you here in Stanley. That's what I think. Oh, they're always listening. Incidentally, shout out to my agent out there. Hope you're learning something. So let's see. I was looking. Listen, there's so much fucking crazy shit that I've run across, and that's why I just said it was Chop Suey. It's gonna be like I got
never seen before.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a lot of and some stuff you have. So we're gonna kind of be all over the place, and of course, like always, we have the link is posted pinned up in the chat, I believe. I'm pretty sure. Let's make sure. Yep, it is. Make sure I've got it over here on the Rumble side as well, in case there's anybody there that wants to come over. So let me see what we've got going on here. Let me get back into this. Where I was. Yeah, this is something I'm going to have to get into later. There's the Cookie Monster Man. What's going on, Ryan?
What's up, dude?
I found this video, but it's 30 minutes long. It's you know who William Cooper was, right?
Yeah, I think so. Bill Cooper.
Is ex CIA. He wrote that book, Behold a Pale Horse.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Anyway, he's got a thing. It's a whole breakdown of what Stanley Kubrick's 2001 Space Odyssey. He said it's filled with hyperbole, metaphors, and archetypes of the ancient mystery Babylon religion and mystery school teachings of the Brotherhood. And remember what I was just saying? It's so weird that I ran into this, because you remember when I said the other day that that's exactly this mystery Babylon religion, OTO, Golden Dawn. It's all affiliated into this fucking NASA shit, as well as our government, Hollywood. All these control facets are run with this, I don't know, what do you call it? A theology, I guess, in working behind it. So I'm looking forward. I'm going to watch that later. I just ran across it before I came on air. And so I'm going to watch it later and dissect that for you good folks, because that's something I'm wanting to do here soon. And I keep running into more and more information where I wanted to do a show primarily where we go into the, there's Rasta Bear, where we go into, you know, some of the origins behind NASA, the occult origins and where they come from and the similarities. I mean, up to and including Jack Parsons' affiliation with Aleister Crowley and how he introduced some high-ranking military people to his OTO Golden Dawn rituals and shit. They were there, you know, doing the drugs and, you know, whatever else, and a few of them liked it. So we'll see. Candace Owen had a super interesting vid today on MK Ultra. Yeah, I want to go back and watch that. I'm glad to see her finding out about this shit, because I've been talking about this crap for a long time, showing a lot of stuff about it, but I don't have the reach that she does. And so I'm glad to see that somebody that's got a reach like that is able to start disseminating this information to people. People need to understand what this shit is, where it comes from, how far back it goes, all all of that. They really need to. And I keep getting like directed to shit that is related, that it's something telling me, okay, look here and look here and look at this. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm seeing what you're trying to show me. I'm seeing whatever it's trying to show me. And you ever have experiences like that, Ryan?
Almost on a daily basis.
Yeah, man. Well, 2 days in a row, I woke up. Now, you know, I'm a late stay up guy, so I don't get up early in the morning. And I woke up at 11:11 2 days in a row. Just pop, woke up, look over at the clock. I was like, fuck, it's 11:11 again. Shit. So that's kind of crazy. And then over these last couple of days, all this shit's being, and you know, I mean, even that, and it's like, you'd figure, what the fuck does P. Diddy, the OTO,
We're dreaming about babe oil over here.
and George Bush have to do with one another? And I can link the connections. And that opens you up to another path that takes you into the Mothers of Darkness Castle in Belgium, and the crazy shit around that. I mean, a lot of people here in the United States, they're not, they don't know about this Mark Dutroux guy that they busted over there, who was trafficking these kids to high-level leftist politicians in the government. And the government was actually protecting this guy. And it got to the point where the people of Belgium were on the verge of revolt. They were on the verge of revolt over this. And of course, the Mothers of Darkness Castle is implicated in that. In fact, it has a ritual room where it has 1,000 points of light in the ceiling. 1,000 points of light. Wonder where I ever heard about that before. Yeah, there was a woman, she went up to George Bush after he gave that speech, and she says, I'm enamored with that. She goes, I want to be a part of this 1,000 points of lights. And she said that Bush grabbed her on the shoulders, looked her dead straight in the eyes, and says, that's not up to me. What?
You don't make the club.
I don't know, man. There's some crazy shit. What's up, gentlemen? There's Jeffrey Phillip has joined us. Jeff Gashead, he's in the house. We got Godheart Guardian. Got a few people have shown up. JP's here now. Maria Walker. Let's see who else. Who is Maria Walker's been here? You've been here already. You got 2 shout outs. No fair. Did you guys like that Craig tune? Molding together.
I tried.
That's pretty fucked up, isn't it, man? I don't know who comes up with some of this shit. So I found this was pretty funny, man. This dude was looking at his old lady's phone, and I don't know. It's only 20 seconds, but check this out. This is funny as shit. I did.
Oh, that one too?
Oh, I swear to God, I need a boyfriend. This thing, I'm finna let you know. I'm fixing to let you know.
I'm about to let you know that I am that bitch, and I will be that bitch.
Okay, you can be that bitch, but you post it, you're gonna be a single bitch, by yourself, bitch, lonely bitch, sad bitch, crying.
Yeah.
Bitch.
So what makes you think you don't need to be that way?
1 fish, 2 fish, sad bitch. I'm gonna get a new bitch. Oh, I swear to God, I need a boyfriend.
That should be that helicopter.
Oh yeah, okay. I don't have time right now. I mean, that's fucked up, man. 1 fish, 2 fish. Y'all go get me a new bitch. I like it. So they're like being blatantly obvious. I'll show this in a little while. There's a out in California. Do you remember in school when they'd have mock election during the election time? And have little mock ballots and everything.
Doing that in high school, but I did hear the other high schools that did it. Yeah.
Well, this out in California, this girl came home. She told her mother that in her school, the kids are being discriminated if they say they are voting for Trump over Kamala. Then what it was is that the principal or whatever, the teacher was going to give a pizza party to all the kids that voted for Kamala, but the kids that vote for Trump don't get to be in the pizza. They don't get none of the pizza.
Well, that's racist.
Racist.
Well, they are having a race, aren't they?
Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, that would be considered. There's Crypt Rick showing up. What's up, brother? We got all these people showing up in here tonight. Valley Parks, 55 people watching over here, and then we've got what? 3 over on Rumble. I don't know. I don't get a lot of views on Rumble. I don't know what it is. I'm going to have to start promoting that. Yeah. That's going to change, though, because if you're not subscribed to my Rumble page, you need to go over there and be subscribed to my Rumble page, which I'm going to put down here in the link right now, because I'm going to tell you what's going to go on here this week. Because of the shit that's going on in the Middle East, as well as has been going on through history, we're going to start a stream here on YouTube, and then we're going to migrate everybody over to my Rumble channel, and we're going to shut down YouTube because we're going to go scorched earth on some shit, and we are not going to have to tolerate, well, YouTube would not put up with what we're going to talk about. So that's what I think we need to get. Yeah.
That link to Rumble.
So that link to Rumble's right there. I just put it in the chat, and we're gonna do one. We'll start out on both, so everybody knows, because a lot of people get YouTube notifications and everything. And then once we've got everybody over here, we'll pop that link in, and everybody can pop over to there. It won't be any change for anybody that's on the panel, of course, because that's through StreamYard. But then we're just going to be exclusively on Rumble, and we will be talking about a certain despotic place in the Middle East that YouTube finds it objectionable for me to talk about.
That's right.
So so if you have not gone over and subscribed to that, please do. Once again, I'll put that link in the chat. And it's over there. I am SSUM369. So check it out.
I like how you handled that guy today, by the way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the guy on Flatzoids? Yeah.
You did. I like the way you just kind of manhandled him.
You got to, man. You got to. I kept seeing the little bullshit he was trying to do, and it was like wizardry. He's trying to, suggest that because the report said 5,000 years, that's our claim. No, the report says that. I don't claim a date. I don't know. I don't know really anything that fucking happened before 1965 for sure. And I ain't too fucking sure about everything that's happened since.
Yeah, really. I've only seen a portion of it. Yeah, really. I hear you.
So that's all I can really verify 100%, because like I'm told something's happening here or there or the other, or something that happened in Europe, and okay, it sounds good, but there again, I always have to ask the question, who would benefit from me believing this story? Cubona.
Right. Yeah.
I always go with Cubona. So I got a guy, he must not know I have it.
Odd how everybody else seems to respond to it like as if it's actually real. And of course our economy does exactly what it shouldn't do, which is react to something silly like that, right?
Right. So let me see. Wait a second. He wanted this right
here. I'm not smart enough to understand it. We just it just keeps doing it, right?
I'm gonna send this to. There we go.
What we need to do is get about 30% of the people's heads right, and we'll have it. Like we don't need everybody. We just need a good majority. And 30% is a good majority because usually about 30% don't even cooperate. So you're only dealing with 70% out, like when it comes to like being interested in certain subjects,
The thing is, what I've found, here's what most people think. They don't. Okay? I'm just going to put that right there. They don't think. They just record and regurgitate. There's so many of our people that all they do is they record and regurgitate. They are not able to sit there and take the information and go, hey, wait a minute. You know what? That sounds like a load of fucking shit to me. And the reason that they won't is because they either idolize or respect or have some kind of a preconceived notion about the person that presented the information to them. That's where it mainly comes from. That's why I've been watching Brian Young doing his man on the street interviews. He went in to a Trump rally. He went to a couple of them, and he was asking the MAGA crowd, you know, what would you think? You know, do you think it's bad that Kamala Harris wants to ban high capacity magazines, firearms, this, that, and the other? And they're like, hell yeah, that's terrible. So he's like, Second Amendment all the way, right? And or yeah. So anybody that would try to infringe on the Second Amendment would be a tyrant, right? And they're like, yeah. And he's like, well, Donald Trump instituted a bump stock law. He implemented red flag laws. He said, I like take the guns due process later. And they're like, I can't talk to you. I don't want to, you know, they just shut right down. They can't see their shit's just as fucking bad as the other.
It's just a different way of getting stuck in the butt is all it is, you know?
It is. Do you want to, how would you like your totalitarianism?
Yeah,
with
where would you like to bend over across the trash can desk, you know?
You want more of a Zionist flavor or more of a Soviet flavor? How would you like your totalitarianism? It's all coming from the Talmud to begin with, you know? So, you know, what's your flavor? And it's all bullshit, every bit of it. You know, and it really, that shit does piss me off. It does.
Me too. It does. It frustrates me. That's why I tried to watch as little of news as possible, because I don't really want to hear it, because I know it's going to be crap, but everybody else is going to believe it, but I just try not to listen until I have to.
There's Lowry. Hey, here's a question for you. Who's the president or the leader of Japan? Without looking, without Googling, because I can't tell you.
I have no clue.
Right?
I'm
you
sure
don't
that
know.
if you said the name, I would remember the name of it, but I don't think I could come up with it on my own now.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I mean, I'd be hard pressed to tell you myself. So why would people in Japan be given a shit about who's the president here?
Right.
I mean, look at this. Is something that ran on their TV. This is something they ran on their TV. I'm just going to show part of it, but it's almost like a fever nightmare. It really is. Watch this dumb shit. And did you see what that said? Elected world president.
I ain't seen that.
Yeah, I saw that. That's why I laughed so hard. And he's got a rainbow.
Music's irritating as all shit, but look at this dumb shit, man. Look at all these tanks and planes, and it shows us. Look at this. What the fuck?
Where'd that come from? Twitter?
Yeah.
Wow. Somebody's accepted.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. It's all in Japanese. What in the fuck would the Japanese give a shit about this? Anybody that wants to see this, I'll put the link in the chat. Let me minimize it. I don't want to watch the whole thing because it's like a fever nightmare. That's only part one. That's only part one of 4. And that one's 2 minutes and 20 seconds long. Yeah. Let me grab the link and I'm going to put it down here. I'm going to copy it. I'll put it down here in the chat. I'll put it over here in the Rumble chat as well. Do they have mods in Rumble? Let me see. I'm looking here. Make Ashkenazis great again. This is Greg B on Rumble now. I'm good to see you. No, we don't. I don't know how to make anybody a fucking moderator over here. Let's see. No, I don't worry about it a whole lot. There's other shit I can do. But anyway, it's good to see. We got a lot of people over here. Got 14 over on Rumble. That's a good number for Rumble tonight. That is a good number. Good. Because like I say,
Big.
in the next short while, we're going to do that show, and it's going to be a fucking kicker. I guarantee it. I want to get Lowry on here, too, because I know he's got some rant and shit about that as well. Let me send
boy,
that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's going to want that. There you go. Oh, shit. There you go, Johnny. I just sent it to you, too.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
All right. So let me see. Where was I at? But yeah, I thought that was really weird. Now, under that post in the link that I just sent, there's the other parts to it. But it's some freaky shit. I mean, you look at, let me see where we're at here. I mean, that's after that Japanese thing part. I just wanted to show that. But this is kind of interesting too. Let me. Oh, Don Coriolis is here. Much respect, Don.
What's up, Soft?
What's going on, brother?
Hey, not much. I can't hang too long, but I did have a random question.
Okay.
So, the topic today is chop suey.
Well, yeah, which basically anything, whatever.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, my thought on chop suey is, I got a flat Earth group here in Arizona. Half of them are meat eaters, half of them are not meat eaters. They're all vegetable. Yeah. Where do you fall in that spectrum, Soft?
I don't give a shit, man. Eat whatever you want.
That's kind of where I sit.
Yeah.
But people are very pushy on their sides for sure.
Yeah, I'm not getting in the argument, man.
Yeah, same here.
I got bigger things on my plate, no pun intended, than worrying about that.
I hear you. So you're in the camp of eat whatever, and
I'm like, well, within reason. I mean, there are some things like I don't want anything kosher. I don't want any kosher meats because kosher slaughter is one of the fucking most barbaric things ever. Well, it's a horrible death for that animal. So I don't want anything along that, like veal. Veal. I'm not down for the way they do veal and shit like that. So no, there's a lot of different farming practices that I'm against, and I don't want to support that. But
I didn't even know that for kosher. What you talking about? What is a pastrami sandwich kosher?
Well, what that means is that due to rabbinical law, the animal has to be slaughtered in a certain way, and a prayer issued to it as it's bleeding out, dying on the floor in agony. And this somehow makes it kosher, acceptable for him. Okay.
I never heard that.
Yeah. Which is really bad too, because the vibration that's left in that meat is highly negative. Highly negative. It goes along the same lines as to why they torture the little ones before they bleed them out and drink it. It's because that is in the blood, man.
Yeah. And I totally hear you. Even today, Karen was talking about how someone who was in the community and stuff like said he pretty much equated her eating meat to like her drinking child's blood. Like it ain't like that, no way is it that egregious of a thing, but some people just get so feeling their way on it, they get to preaching that.
Well, how do they know plants ain't feel it? How do they know that plants don't feel it when you eat them?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of evidence to support that they do exhibit characteristics due to stress, environment. I think there was this one test, they put these like electrodes on plants in this greenhouse. And when they play certain music, the waveform on the plant would change. And they had the group of the people, the researchers, walking through the greenhouse, and then randomly one of the guys grabbed one of the plants and violently pulled it by the roots and ripped it to shreds. the fucking monitors went crazy. The rest of the plants responded to that. And later on, then they eventually went back to normal, right? They eventually went back to normal.
Yeah.
Everything was fine. Group of researchers walked through, no problem. Group of researchers walked through again with the guy that ripped the plant to shreds, and all the fucking plants started freaking out again. Wow. They recognized him.
Wow.
Saab, I'd love to see a breakdown on that. I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I'll have to look that up. I got a video on it someplace, man.
I'd like to see that.
But really, really, all right. I'll see you later, buddy.
What I gotta ask you then is, can you apologize to the tree?
Can I apologize to what?
So if the plants notice that he's negative or all that, then couldn't you just apologize to the plant and say you're sorry?
Well, I guess go to confession, maybe.
Just kidding.
Or even when they do read the stuff off the plant, I wonder if it would change if you did apologize, I'd like to see more experiments like that nowadays. They're doing all bullshit experiments nowadays.
Okay. Like, why not counter it? Somehow, you can just counter it easily. Like, they make a big deal out of it, like you're cursing yourself if you say something negative all the time. But I mean,
I see a lot of times the Adventists, Seventh-day Adventists, are a lot of times vegetarian, right?
Okay.
And so they have these foods, and they even have their own market right up here at the Seventh-day Adventist Church. They have this market where it's all vegetarian products, and they have these products that are all vegetarian, but they look and taste like hot dogs or these little meat patties and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, wait a second. You don't want to eat meat, but you take vegetables and you mash them up and make them look and taste like meat. Now, how often have you seen somebody take beef and try to make it look and taste like a carrot?
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Never.
So we got that one video on that. Yeah, kind of making fun of that.
Well, it's not just making fun, but it's deeply rooted that our diet. I kind of go along with like a Neolithic diet. You don't have to have meat all the time, but I don't think you should stray completely away from it either.
You were out there in Vegas, right, Soph?
Yeah.
I just know there's a bunch of moments out in that Flattoberfest in Vegas that I took to heart. And one of them that I have not really taken true yet is Amanda Vollmer said, we just eat too much. You ever experiment with that fasting stuff?
Well, I'll tell you what. No, I'll tell you why. Here's what I've done. Here's what I do.
I'd like to hear.
This is what I do. I eat when I'm hungry. And I stop eating when I'm no longer hungry.
Yeah.
The clock has no bearing on when I eat or what I eat. That's the whole thing right there. And in a way, she's kind of right, because if you look at it, they have, when somebody says breakfast, automatically, what do most people think? Cereal. We call them breakfast foods. Why?
Yeah.
Why? Why are those foods that you eat for the first meal of the day? Why is, what, and you can test this out. And I brought this up before. You can just ask somebody, say, hey man, are you hungry? And they'll look to see what time it is.
Yeah. I remember hearing you say that.
Yeah. It's like, wait. Yeah. So hungry is a feeling. Okay. Hungry is not a time. It's not ever hungry o'clock. So I kind of go by that standard, and that's kind of a jokingly reason why my shows always start at like 9:35, because I'm not going to let the fucking clock tell me that I have to do it. This thing where we get hooked on half marks of the hour and on the hour and all this other shit. That's industrial revolution bullshit.
I'm with you, and I like that. I like that thought. What up, Lowry?
Hey, what's going on, guys? You good?
What's going on, man?
Hey, I was catching the whole grazing thing. So we were talking about that, you know, eat when you're hungry, drink when you're dry thing. It's like that's you know, it's a really responsible way to call quasi fasting. Whereas you eat a little bit of everything, but just don't eat too much. I'm 100% on that. And like, you know, I wish I could control better my food supply. I'm on the corporatized side of the food supply, being in Brooklyn, but like, you know, the bringing up of animals in a responsible way, you know, and doing and eating that food that's apparently that is our dominion, as it were. But again, like, you know, you don't have to eat that much, man. Once you get into a space where you kind of graze here and there, you find out that you're not eating that much at all.
I agree with you, Larry. And Larry, my honest thought is, I heard you even just say the term grazing.
Yeah.
I do not do the grazing. I'm eating fucking all the time. You know, I never stop eating. There's something with me. I went over to Flattoberfest. You know, you were there, and dude, we go to the QT. Anytime I went to the QT, I wolf down a couple hot dogs. It's just complete nonstop for me. So I need to get better with, you know, the grazing style and just fasting. So that's all in my future.
What do you like?
I'm learning stuff.
What do you like? You're like, what are you, 6'2"? You're pretty tall, right?
I'm just 6 feet, I think, maybe 6'1", but 6 feet is what I climb.
What you will find is like, you know, once you get into that routine, you'll get all lean and mean, dude. You'll get lean and mean, and like you'll still feel satisfied nutritionally. But it's like anything. It's a long walk out of like, dude, I was a 3 meal a day dude, you know, through my early 30s, you know, and then I was like, I couldn't figure out why I was so groggy and, you know, just poopy all the time. And, you know, but if you just keep foods around like constantly, like whether or not it's meats or whether or not it's like small bits, and you're just constantly eating throughout the day, you don't eat that big giant meal 3 times a day. You just sort of feed it when it comes, and then you get the hell away from it. And honestly, it's like, it's a life changer, man. It changes the way you feel. You know, I still have my poisons. I still like my whiskey. I still like smoking cigarettes. I still like doing that stuff. But like moderation is like, I think the key word here. And, you know,
which is hard. Is that constant struggle, you know?
Yeah, indeed. It's a long walk out of a lot of stuff, you know, and my body feels better. You know, I feel like I'm carrying my natural weight. And, but my body also tells me when I need to eat something that if I need protein, I need protein, and my body tells me, and I'll have a cheeseburger, you know, but I eat a steak probably, I would say Nicole and I probably make a steak twice a month, and it's delicious, and we share it. And then we share it with also corn on the cob and like potatoes and something else. But with all of that together, you know, I don't have to mow down, you know, a cheeseburger a day or a steak a day to like keep it going. So, you know, for what it's worth, there you go.
Yeah. Hey, I guess if I'm hitting you out of left field with my thought, okay, so, you know, as we're all learning stuff, I am one of the few that has had my appendix removed. You know, they say your appendix controls good gut bacteria. Does everyone else here on the panel have their appendix? I just know it's sketch that I don't have mine, you know?
I got mine.
Yeah,
you know, I don't have mine, and I'm a youngin'.
Can you take us through the just the medical description of why you had to have your appendix removed? Because I'm out of that.
I guess I was honestly going into 4th grade. It was the summer going into 4th grade. I was young. I was like 10. And then they said, like, I just know my stomach was hurting. I said, oh, what, like, Mom, come on. My stomach's fucking hurting. So just x-rays, CAT scan, everything, nothing showed up. And then I just remember I passed out and I woke up and they said my appendix burst and I had to have it surgically removed. So since I was 10, I have not had an appendix.
Did
Does
they
that
ever
contribute to what food I can handle? Or I just know it is probably an organ I did need and they lie and said I didn't need it, but I don't know.
Well, if it burst, I mean, did they ever give you a reason why it burst? Like why that could have possibly happened? Like what was the reason?
Nothing. And I remember as a 10-year-old, it was the first day I ever drank black cherry soda. So I always kind of thought, black cherry soda is what made my appendix burst. But that's probably bullshit. You know, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it even burst.
I wouldn't rule it out, man. I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. You know, I mean, you can't really be sure because that soda is nothing more than just a bunch of fucking poison bullshit.
Exactly.
You know,
And that
And
black
we just
cherry
do it to our
flavor should have been
kids and-
something I'm not used to. You know, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it's like again, like what we take into our body. It's like, I hate to say this, but it's like, you know, that old. This is what they were passing around to us when we were kids. It's like, you are what you eat, and when you put that inside of you, it gets into your cells, it gets into everything. So, like, you know, for me, like, just from my perspective, Tony, I've always just been like, what does my intuition say that I need right now? Because there's a time when I'm walking down the street, I'm like, I need a fucking cheeseburger. I need the biggest cheeseburger that I can eat. But it's not daily. It's like, it's time for me to eat a cheeseburger. It's time for me to eat a steak. But it's not part of a regular, you know, I guess, like style for me to go through the world and do that. Like, you know, we like Nicole and I just try to recreate protein and pasta and good sauces and everything else in different ways, so that we're getting what we want and we're not getting tired of the food we're eating, and also just not that much. Like Nicole and I share what you consider a normal meal. We share it every time. We just like, let's just make one plate. Let's have it. And then if we need snacks, we'll get some snacks. And then hell, sometimes I want popcorn, dude. I mean, I know that's stupid. Yeah. Like I want to have some popcorn, and it's mostly empty nutrients, but like it also passes for filling up your stomach and making you feel full, so that you don't have to, you know, go after, you know, some giant meal that maybe you don't need, I guess. Does that make sense?
I hear you. And hey, hitting that with a just thought that I'm having right now. So I still have a childhood dislike on a certain thing of food that I do not do. It's garlic. I've never liked garlic since I was a kid. I'm not a vampire, everyone. I am talking here to you in the dark, but I've never liked garlic. Do you guys have anything that you just have not liked since a kid that you still don't like? Because I feel like that taps into that intuition of what you should eat. I've had that garlic thought since I was a kid.
I can't do Brussels sprouts, man. I can't do them.
I can do Brussels sprouts, but I can't do green beans are tough for me, and also coleslaw is tough for me. And I don't know why. I don't know why exactly it is. It might be the texture, but also another one that I should really try to get over is beets. I just can't do beets. I just can't.
Yeah, beets can fuck off. I agree with you. Beets are just whatever.
Yeah, I love beets. Let me tell you something.
So how do you cook them?
That was one of my favorites. That and squash. And one time when I was a kid, I ate so many fucking beets. My complexion was red. My complexion turned red. No shit. No shit.
Yeah, I've never cared for beets, and I like Brussels sprouts, and I like green beans.
I mean, I could salt something enough. I could salt something enough to make it that I could eat it, you know. But it's like just in the natural position of, especially beets and. I don't even know why green beans, but like maybe it's because my childhood babysitter fed me like a really bad can of green beans, and I was like, "What am I eating?" It's like fishy, like this fishy feeling in my mouth, and I'm like, "Yeah."
My thought is though that it taps into that natural intuition too. You know what? You're right. If my body's saying don't have that, I'm listening to it. I ain't forcing myself. I'm feeling in my mind I should not have it. What up, THC Mike?
Yo, what up, fellas?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, I want to add in on that. I love this subject. Did you guys get COVID? Did you get the? Because I did, and I lost my taste.
No,
it's not. I'm being serious. I'm being 100% serious. And so
I got thoughts on that though.
And so when I did lose my taste, it dawned on me that the only reason I eat shitty food is for pleasure. You know, it didn't. I realized that what I'm putting in my body, if you're not tasting it, then it simply would be nutritional value. But because we can taste things, which is also a danger alert, right? Poison can also taste like sugar, and sugar can also be poison. So it's a double-edged sword. Your tongue is supposed to be there to save you and to give you these pleasure dopamine hits. But when I had COVID and I whatever you want to call it, the heightened flu, I couldn't taste things, and I realized I was only putting shit in my mouth. I'm sitting here eating German chocolate cake because I love the taste, but what's it doing for me? What am I putting in my body, and why am I doing it? You know,
eggs and wheat and milk and all the stuff that's healthy for you. In fact, chocolate is a vegetable, so that's
cake is good. Then
that's what I'm saying, man. Fuck yeah!
I never heard it was a vegetable, but Mike, and Saab, that's just interesting. It is a vegetable, though.
Well,
Chocolate?
it comes from coca beans, right?
Okay. Or
right.
beans a vegetable? It's a legume.
Yeah,
right?
they're a legume.
You just add water and flour, and you've got chocolate.
That's right.
But Mike, what do you think on when people say like, oh, anytime you get sick, you lose your taste?
That's bullshit. I've never lost my taste, but I swear to you that I lost my taste during that. I lost my taste during that. I've been sick hundreds of thousands of times. Never. I'm telling you that I could not taste. Could not taste it. That's just
maybe they're trying to do that because I'd heard other people say that. People I've known say they lost their taste. They got sick and they couldn't, whether it was a little microscopic invisible bug flying around or whatever the fuck, whatever it was. I've heard multiple people say that, and maybe this is the reason that they're wanting to do that. They're doing really bizarre shit, man. They're trying to make meat out of poop.
Just when you think you've heard it all, you hear that they're making your meat out of feces now.
They just made meat from your number 2. Japanese scientists have developed a method to create edible steaks from human feces. Unbelievable? Well, it's happening. Mitsuyuki Aikida, a researcher at the Okayama laboratory, collaborated with Tokyo Sewage to address sewage mud excess. They discovered the content in the mud contains high protein due to bacteria. So the team isolated and combined these proteins with a reaction enhancer. Result? Synthetic steak. The meat comprises of 63% protein, 25% carbs, 3% lipids, and 9% minerals. And it's visually enhanced with food coloring for a red hue and improved flavor using soy protein.
Ask me if you're even surprised. When they came out with the lab meat, they tell you it's protein. Protein is protein. People come up to my comment section all the time, tell me I don't know science, that chemicals are chemicals and protein is protein. If that's the case, enjoy it. I'm not going to eat it. You choose what goes in your body. You choose to be a scientist or not. The choice is simply up to you.
So they boiled down, like what they basically did was they did through a chemistry process. They boiled down all the stuff that's useful in poop and remade it, the stuff that your body didn't use. And they just filtered it down and just made it into new food, which, I mean,
if you're still asleep and you're drinking from your tap water, it's the same thing. You're drinking the same pee. You're just filtering out your pee.
Yeah, I can see that. Waiter, there's corn in my steak.
Yeah.
Why is there a peanut?
I didn't order corn.
Cup,
I asked for mashed potatoes, sir. Oh, this is the number 2 steak.
Hey, so okay, Mike, I just wanted to go back on that one point that you made where you legitimately
it's a really interesting thing that happened, bro. It was, and I was all about COVID's fake and this and that, and no matter what happened to me, I have to be honest about what happened, and I lost my taste.
Now, okay,
and I was really sick. I felt like I fell down a mountain. I've definitely been sicker.
What year exactly did that happen?
21.
21. Okay, that's early in the COVID stuff. I'm telling you, man, this whole COVID
easy
thing,
with
this
the
is my
easy,
thought
easy,
on it. No
hey,
problem.
Yo, easy with the C words, guys.
Yeah, hobo speak, guys. Hobo speak.
Yeah, this is my thing on the 2020 thing. Is just I just think that a big mental component did happen with it, where you could convince yourself that it's going one way. What do you think on that? It could be all mental because man is just so powerful.
Especially now that I'm awake, I see through all that bullshit, and I'm not susceptible to that. If I can lose all the other propaganda and see through the veil, that one surely isn't gonna mentally tell me that I can't. Oh, they said the TV said that I can't taste if I get it, so now I can't taste. Like, no.
No, I know you ain't going as simple as that, but
you feel what I'm saying.
It's so powerful.
Of course it is. Of course it is. But that's on a much bigger scale. Like, oh, we've shown you the globe your whole life, like that kind of. It's not just going to hit me one year. They come on the TV and say one thing, and it makes me do it.
No, I hear you, and that's an honest anecdote. I respect it, Mike.
It's just funny because a lot of people are blind to what they're shoving down their throat. Everybody is in a pleasure capsule. We run to the nearest ice cream place or whatever, just whatever it is that you think that you want to eat. It's all based on taste. None of it's based on nutritional value. People that work out look at the back of the labels and they calculate, what do I need in my body? You know, these kinds of things where they're doing like actual calculations. Like a normal everyday person is just running around sticking whatever the fuck they want in their mouth, trusting the person who made it, trusting the manufacturer, trusting the ingredients. It's a ridiculous way to live.
It's part of that perception deception. And they counted on this when they ran that. When they ran that whole 2020 bullshit, they counted on people being programmed that way. That's why when they had people come on, oh, look, here's Dr. Fauci. He's a doctor, not just any doctor. He's a doctor with the NHS and this, that, and the other. And look at, here's another doctor, and they're saying this, that, and the other. I'm going to believe them. This is why they believed all the bullshit too. And the perception that they were given, because people didn't realize that they were marking down all these deaths as related. When it was like, and it was like, you know, here's a guy comes in on a motorcycle crash, and they give him a test, a PCR test, faulty PCR test, I might add. And they give him that, and then they go, oh, look, he had COVID. So they put that on the death certificate. This was because the hospitals got more money if it was a COVID death.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you're trying to say, and excuse me, not trying to say, but it's a fact that the guy would die by motorcycle accident, but on the death certificate, it would say from COVID.
Yeah.
So to be clear about what you're saying, I don't think we even said that part, but they would change your reason for death, cause of death. They would change it to COVID.
Yeah. And here's a fun one too.
We know it's bullshit, but just think about when people look back on the records a generation.
They'll never know.
Two generations from now, they'll go, oh my God, just like we do about the Spanish flu. Look what the Spanish flu did to all these people. When in reality, if you go back and dig, it was the same shit.
And you know how you go to the doctors and it's got the whole, does anyone in your family have this? Does anyone in your family have a history of this? And now that'll be the new on the list, you know?
Here's a
Did
fun one.
anybody in your family have?
Yeah, here's a fun one about I did the deep dive on the Spanish flu too, as far as the radiological event that might have happened at that fort in Kansas. I think it was in Kansas. I think it was Fort Hays. But like on the McDonald's thing or whatever, these guys pump the smell of those French fries out to the street. They run vents and they run that smell out to the street, and that's why you can smell McDonald's French fries when you're near the door or you're walking past it or whatever. They pump that shit out there. And I'll be the first to tell you, I don't eat McDonald's anymore, but like that experience of having a quarter pound with cheese and fries together it's heaven on earth. But what's in it?
I agree.
I'm just like I can't go back.
This is my whole point. If I give you something that can kill you 5 minutes later, but to you it tastes like heaven.
Yeah, and Mike,
it's the whole forbidden fruit. It's everything that we need to judge ourselves on gluttony.
Yeah.
Mike, here's what I'm thinking. Now, what do you think? Okay, I do know that, the right way to be is to read the back of the labels, not put any of this bad shit into you. And there is so much bad shit out there nowadays. Do you think you're going to end up going the lifestyle of totally self-sufficient in life, or would you like society to just be more righteous? I kind of sit in the camp. I'd like society to just be more straight up with it. It's such a hidden thing where they're throwing in all this poison undercover. But do you think you'll be self-sufficient and go off the grid, or do you just want society to shape up? I want society to shape up.
Well, that would be the more
good question. That's the better being a leader and not a follower.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
You have that thing where it's like again, like we're in Brooklyn, New York. It's like we go to the farmer's market as much as we can to get as much as we can get that we know is coming off a farm. We can trace it. But you can't always do that. You're kind of stuck. Well, do we pay, $100 tonight to eat a nourishing, really good dinner, or just try to modify our diets the best we can? Because we're going to be eating some stuff that's canned. We're going to be eating some stuff that's coming through the supermarket. And like we have moderated that through just grazing. We just don't eat that much of it. And that's the big thing. But I will tell you, man, and I'm not going to lie, man, this fast food business, they've gotten their business down to a fine art, because you have even a Taco Bell taco. I mean, you have one of like a Taco Bell Supreme taco. It's delicious. It is like, you're just like, wow, this is so good, you know. But like, if you have, you know, if you walk it back and you figure out that salt and sugar and a lot of that stuff is at play, and some of these additives are at play, you can walk it back and you know, you can have a smash burger from a good source of meat, and it's just as delicious, you know. And they've been working on this shit for a lot of years, these fast food people, and they have testing groups to say, like, what does this taste like? What is this? What is this? You know, that famous scene from Breaking Bad where they're testing the dips for the chicken nuggets, and it's like, this one we call it was a combination of French dressing and ranch. This one we call French, you know. And and it's like, they've been doing this stuff for a long time, and they basically boiled it down to the best tasting thing you could possibly have, and it tastes good in the moment. But I always like to say, it goes down feeling good, comes out feeling bad.
It's all shit designed to fool your taste receptors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me answer Tony real quick.
Yeah.
About the society being righteous, or whether I just want to get rid of society, right? So
Correct.
That's the thing that I've learned in this truth journey, is I think that something that the elites understand is that the mass population is too dumb to sway or to turn over. Even if the elites wanted good for everybody, that's not a possible thing, because half of us are dumb.
I agree.
It's just not possible. So you have to gather your group of people, wake as many people up along the way, and hope for the best, because you're not going to get to everybody.
Totally.
I thought that when I was waking up. Oh, I'm going to get to everybody, man. I'm going to get to everybody. And then now I can just sit back and go, some people are fucking stupid.
Yeah, and if I'm being honest, I'm honestly choosing the society portion, the society route, because I don't know if I really could handle the off-the-grid, self-sufficient life. That is a complicated ass life, you know, and we are getting in such a
You
spot
almost
where
need somebody else. You need a doctor.
Yeah.
You need a carpenter. You need a plumber. The society builds itself among it's like the chaos, you know, or amidst like being alone. You're going to find out that you do need something from someone else. Camaraderie,
totally with
you know, like being social is the way that we're born. We're meant to be together. We're not meant to be solo. We're not meant to be off grid, or as a lot of people like to call it. We're meant to live communally, but happily and with value, like you said, in a righteous way, which is we've been propagandized and brainwashed and hypnotized, whatever you want to say, into this way of life that we're in now. It's not really our fault.
100%. And hey, Mike, I just wanted to say, you just hit the nail on the head, and thank you for bringing up that little point that I made. And yeah, you know, I'm just waiting on everyone to announce the Flat Earth community. I'm ready to join it. Peace out, everyone. I got to do a hard out. I got work tomorrow. I'm stuck to my job. So, but I love it. And I'm just waiting on that community to get announced. I'm down. I'll see y'all there.
Cheers. All right, man.
All right. Peace out, y'all.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm looking forward to a nice big tall glass of piss to go with my turd burger.
You'll fit right in around here.
Yeah,
like in some truthers, I can't wait for that shit steak.
Yeah, Amanda Bowler did a great presentation at Flattober out in Vegas, where it was like she was pro introducing your system to your urine, but she was anti you only eat anything that comes out of your ass. And I can't even bring myself to drink, you know, my own piss. So like I'm not even remotely close to that. But like your bodily system is set up to use what it's supposed to use and get rid of what it isn't. And I guess
excretory organs.
Yeah, and like
are excretory organ.
I think the position of a lot of people that actually drink urine is it's almost of that old adage of like you're kind of poisoning yourself to make your body stronger. I think that's the position.
That's good. That's nice.
You know, and like for me,
get down with that.
I still don't look for or
I think that method maybe I'll skip, but
yeah,
taking small amounts of snake venom
right.
over a period
of
time.
I like that.
And that was I think
it's like you want to go out and play in the dirt, send your kid out and fucking get dirty.
Yeah, introduce your biome and introduce your system to the world that we walk around in certain increments. it might have some strength to it. You know, I don't know. I mean,
didn't anybody see the Bubble Boy? You walk around like that, and a blade of grass is going to kill you. You're allergic to fucking everything.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
try to stay away from it.
Autoimmune disorders.
Yeah. What kind of life is that? What kind of life is that? If
There's people that are literally allergic to themselves and they end up going into organ failure and dying.
I actually found out I'm allergic to the sun. I actually get rashes because of the sun. Bro. I'm allergic to the sun.
I've got, you know, just because
that would be like a curse from God, wouldn't it? If he made you allergic to yourself.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Hell on earth.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. It's like I did a lot of years driving because we were touring, and I would drive the tour van, and so this side of my neck was exposed to the sun coming in through the window, and I had truck driver arm, you know, that whole thing, and you know, you had this whole thing, this whole movement about get out of the sun because you'll get skin cancer. You know, I just don't buy that. I feel like the sun is something you need to get a lot of, and yeah, I've got a little bit of a shade over here on this side of my neck. And it looks like I've got a permanent sunburn or whatever. But you know what? It hasn't done anything. I'm not sick from it or anything like that. It's that thing's up there. We've been under it, you know, as far as we can remember, we've been under it. And for it to be a danger to us, it's just that's just really silly. You know,
hey, I want to show you something. I sent this to Jehovah's daughter, Barbara, right? And she told me that now her eyes need to be baptized.
Wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home. Wait for me.
Oh yeah, dude! I saw that like a couple hours ago. I was like, "Oh shit, somebody's." I wonder who did that. I want to find out who did that. But it's like those guys, you know, they open themselves up to that, man. I mean, those two cats. I don't, you know. Call them demons, call them whatever you want. I'm just like,
look, I'm confused, man. Are either one of those fucking dickwads going on this Antarctica thing, or are they? I mean, I don't understand this fucking scoreboard bullshit he's got for nothing, man. It seems just stupid as hell.
What are you talking about scoreboard?
What is the
final observation?
Is it what is it? What's the actual website? It's
First observation.
First observation.
You know, the flat Earth is what it is. Stands for TFE.
Is it TFE.com?
No,
it's not that one.
Go to his YouTube channel. He's got it linked there.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Whoa, excuse me. I meant to puke.
Let's see. The final experiment.
Dave, you just got all kinds of funny ones going on.
So yeah, they have a scoreboard page. And he's doing a lot of live stuff now, which is really curious to me. Oh, here we go. Final experiment. So this should be.
He's got a new video out. I guess Jaron suggested something to him. I haven't watched it yet. I'm guessing it's probably trying to live stream the whole thing or whatever, but I don't know. I haven't watched the video yet. Have you, Mike?
What'd you say?
Have you watched it, Mike? The latest one that Duffy put out about said Jaron gave a suggestion about doing something down there.
No.
Here's who he has. He has Jaron, Witsit Gets It, and then Kingdom in Context. Sean is on here. I don't know if he's going, but then what's weird about it is like, which I don't understand, is like he's paying also for Dave McKeegan, FTFE, McToon, Wolfie, 6020, Creaky, Globy, McGlobeface, Where's Wally, Bob and Science Guy.
See, all those guys ain't going. He's not paying for all those guys. There's no way.
So we just as far as we know, it's Jaron Witsit, and then this Liz character who I don't know.
McKeegan.
And he's got McKeegan. McKeegan is top of that list. And last I heard, FTFE and McToon.
Said that Elizabeth is still going.
Yeah, they apparently they were doing I mean, I'm looking at the countdown. There's kind of like 45 days away from it happening. I still don't think it's going to happen at all. But on the list,
started buying equipment. I think it's going down.
Okay, so like you know, the top three on here are Dave McKeegan, FTFE, and McToon. I'm sorry, I couldn't get on a plane with those guys. I that would be one reason alone. I'm just like, I can't be on a plane with you.
No, and you're talking like 5 feet away from them for an entire week.
Oh, dude. I did talk
to an Antarctica trip. You sleep on top of each other. You don't.
I'd catch a felony.
It's not like a campground where you go and hang out and party. Like you're huddled up.
Yeah, and Nicole and I had a long conversation with Jaron a couple days ago, and he's like, he's gonna wear a GoPro constantly on his chest. So even in the plane, even when he gets off, even when he wanders around, he's gonna have like 40. He says something like 40 hours of footage at least, which might be more valuable than the actual damn observation down there, frankly, because I think there's probably more trippy ass shit just fucking hanging out with those guys than even going down there. And so I was like, he went through the amount of gear that he's got set up, and his gear is starting to come in. So, I mean, from my perspective, I'm like, okay, like, you ought to just film how these, clowns act in regular situations, like not on the ice or anything else, just like hang out and like, what kind of shit do they say? Like, what do they like? Like, because if they're anything like what they present on YouTube, it's just gross.
Yeah.
And like,
Trip is asking, is the trip ever going to happen? I don't think it's going to take place. I think something's going to fucking happen, whether it be weather or some kind of travel restrictions due to war.
World War III.
Yeah, we are right on. And boy, I'll tell you what, that shit, people haven't even been hearing about it.
Yeah.
And you don't really understand the shit that's going on right now with Iran and Israel, and Israel's attacks being like no worse than a fucking mosquito bite, while damn near every one of Iran's missiles has gotten through and hit it. And they don't know what to fucking do about this. And my biggest advice would be quit fucking with people, But anyway, but as far as the trips going, here's that video. Duffy just put this up.
Play it.
What time? How long ago? 6 hours ago.
Today. Okay.
Watch it, and then I forgot. I really can't stand his face, but
I can't either. His hair plugs and the way he bounces up and down. Duffy, there's something going on with him.
So the title of this is "Want to Feel Like You're With Us in Antarctica?"
Car salesman.
Darren has the solution. So let's see what he says about that.
This week, thankfully, but I did get my butt kicked last week. I haven't been that sick in years. My voice is starting to come back, though, which means I can keep everyone updated. Hey, today's video is super cool. Have you ever had a situation in your life where someone shares an idea with you and you just can't believe that you didn't think of it yourself? Well, that just happened with me.
Oh, man.
And the person with the great idea that I should have thought of first was Jaron Campanella. Jaron wants to give everyone the opportunity to feel like you are with us in Antarctica. So he's going to wear a body cam during the trip. He'll record his time in Chile leading up to our Antarctica and then record our 5 days in Antarctica. And here's the best part. For just $20, as soon as he gets back home from our trip, he will give you a copy of all his body cam footage. That should be around 40 hours of total footage in Chile and Antarctica. And that will give you first-person view of the entire trip. Man, why didn't I think of this? Such a great idea. This will be the closest to feeling like you were actually on our trip without being there. I have a link to Jaron's campaign in the description below. Now, remember, if you donate at least $20, you'll receive a copy of Jaron's body cam footage from the trip. He's going to use a GoPro Hero 12, so the quality will be top-notch. And there are a couple other things that I should mention. If you donate $50 or more, Jaron will mail you all of the footage on a USB drive. Some people prefer that as opposed to a download link. And this one is, if you donate $100 or more, you will get your name at the beginning and end of the video with a special personalized thank you to all of those who really helped make this happen. And if all of that is not enough for you, Jaron is also currently talking to one of the world's most famous time-lapse photographers, and they're working together on a rotating camera mount in order to track and film the sun while we are in Antarctica. And so funds raised will help make that project a reality. And that's an important one for both sides, obviously. So don't delay. Head over there and make your donation. I'll be making mine as soon as I end this video. I wanted to give everyone an update on Amarel and Judy. They are still very determined to get married in Antarctica. If you missed that video, I'll have a link to it at the end of this video, so you can just watch that one directly after this one.
So basically, it's Jaron wanting to wear a body cam, and he'll sell you the footage. Okay.
Yeah, that was
the marriage. The marriage, getting married down there. You got that going on. And this guy that said he used to be a flat earther, but now he's a globe earther, and he wants to go down there and get married.
The figureheads are all going down at the same time, just in a different location as well.
Yeah, they're going on a thing. It's what is that, Laurie? It's Space to Sea.
Space to Sea. That was the yacht adventure, which just we had heard the names of people going down there, but we hadn't like pinpointed like what the actual situation was. So that apparently they're going to be on a yacht, and like these things. Basically, you're buying rooms, and like these like the suites on this yacht are going for like $91,500. And they're not even going to go. I think they are going to go into the inland, but they're going to be mostly on the yacht, and then they go in to hang out with astronauts. To hang out with, there's 2 astronauts going. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's William Shatner.
There's a nice list of.
Yeah, and so like basically, like if you're rich and you want to go hang out with like fake people, you can go down there and watch Disneyland Spaceball movies on a list, and then you can go.
If you're an adult that wants to get brainwashed.
Yeah. So like that's going to be happening. So like, but if you see all of it coming together, it's a.
Yeah, check this list out. Do we have a little video for this? Look, see if there's a little like trailer.
Well, this is the website.
Book your dream voyage. They're just fucking scammers, bro. At the heart, this is all they really are. Is that they figured out a really expensive scam.
Yeah, you got
Scott
Bill
Kelly. Scott
Shatner.
Kelly giving out the deep background on Scott Kelly selling public information that you yourself could just go online and get for free. They'll send it to you for free. Scott Kelly was caught selling that stuff, selling public information back to people.
He was selling the books of NASA pictures. It was an actual
what a
hardback.
piece of shit, dude.
Yeah, I think it was. What's the guy that we love so much? It's crushing so much down there in
We all
Florida.
gotta make a living, but dude, these guys are evil.
Yeah, and we got what do we got? Charlie Duke claiming to have landed up.
Got him.
Yeah. Charlie Duke, Neil deGrasse Tyson, William Shatner, Ann Curry, esteemed astronauts Scott Kelly and Jose Hernandez.
Is the black dude the got him guy?
No, black dude. No, black dude. He's the famous guy that like can look at a scene and then paint it. So
That's Stevie Wonder, isn't it?
Oh, it's their art.
I mean, these guys dressed in astronaut suits for their pictures. That's
Mix and mingle. There you go. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you say.
You don't click
they
on
go
that.
down there and hang out with them. Go down there and have some wine with Neil deGrasse Tyson for fucking $50,000.
Yeah, and it's like there's 260 births in the
connect with your inner penguin.
Oh my god!
Feel the remote Antarctic wilderness.
Discover
the significance of these remote
They
regions.
use the word wilderness.
Yeah, but if you scroll down, there's some interesting choice of words. Keep scrolling down.
A seal, a polar bear, and a penguin. That's about it, right? And a fish.
Yeah. Let's see what this is. Penguins.
Here's your little tour trailer. That's what I was talking about. Oh, what are we gonna do? Go down and watch penguins for $50,000? Oh boy, that looks real fun. It's just another way for rich people to spend money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I respect that. I'm not rich.
Caribbean Cruise Line would be $20,000. They have a friggin' roller
Dude,
coaster.
I'd just as soon stay in a really nice fucking hotel and not have to worry about getting cold if I go outside.
You're not even gonna be able to go out on the deck, bro.
Dude.
This doesn't even look appealing. It doesn't look good at all.
Get on the side. Hang out in the stall.
Probably empty, just like that.
Look at that. What are these screens for?
Sky captains, bro. The VIP section.
Keyboard where? No restaurant where you'll eat little tiny portions.
Yes, narrate
of
for
food.
us, Huff. How does this 1 year vintage wine sound?
So this is all just the ship, you know. And notice here in our dining facility where you'll be served very small portions of gourmet food with shit drizzled on them that costs more than you probably make in a week.
And
Actually,
then
they give you unlimited food.
Oh man!
So scroll that down. Look. We know we have Will Shat
This
himself,
motherfucker in his Blue Origin outfit.
and that's not even that's somebody else. And
Did
they
you
just-
guys ever see
they put his
that
head on there?
Who was the black dude? Who's the black dude that also went up?
They superimposed his head on there.
They superimposed his friggin' head on William Shatner's head.
Yeah. So he's like wearing a spacesuit, even though all he ever did was act in space movies,
Look at his logo.
which is funny.
Look at the logo.
Oh, what's Can you? Is there any way to zoom in on that logo?
I've never seen
No.
The dude with the gap in his teeth. What's
Maybe.
his name?
Oh, that's the guy that's alive that should be dead, but he's not on this trip. I think that's what you're talking about.
The guy, the sports announcer that also went up. He used to play sport. He used to play basketball. He went up in the Blue Origin rocket also, right after Shatner.
Who was that? I can't remember.
Wasn't Shaq?
No, it was.
He's the only NBA player I know of by name. Isaiah Thomas.
But why do you send a former Hollywood actor who acted out on a space drama that aired for fucking how many years? 34 years. And then suddenly he's an authority on space. He's going to go down there. I mean, they're just selling this.
He sang it. He's a rocket man.
He's a rocket man.
Do you ever see his performance of Rocket Man?
It wasn't like kind of in the jazzy style. I'm a rocket man.
Yeah. And he's sitting there with his cigarette, and I'll be high.
Let me just see if I can find.
Right then.
What is it? William Shatner does Rocket Man.
Oh yeah, I can find it easy.
Yeah, if you whatever, I'll do whatever. You can share it too. I kind of want to see it. But it's but why send him? I mean, what's the point? Like
here's what if you really want to see a special treat, that's when you see one of these seals jump up, eat one of these penguins, and then immediately get devoured by a killer whale.
Yeah.
Now that's the experience that you're after.
Which then gets attacked by a polar bear.
Yeah, then it gets eaten by a polar bear, and then an Eskimo throws a spear through the. Oh, they don't have Eskimos down there, and they don't have polar bears either. Polar bears are only in the north.
There's nothing to save you from being eaten by the penguins. That's the problem.
No, they're ruthless overlords. They have no ruth. They're so. Yeah, this is a lot of crazy dumb shit going on in here, and you can go on that. Let's see how much that fucker costs. Let's take a look at it. Why is it not going there? Oh, there it goes.
Pricing. There you go. And
all right. Now the Veranda Suite 2. Okay, those are nice. They ain't gonna tell you the price right up there. It's sticker shock. They got to make you click on it.
Yeah, you got
You gotta go look for like just the porthole. You want just a porthole. You don't need even a.
Well, let's just see what they go for this. One of these Veranda Suites. Let's see what that goes for. $39,500.
Yeah.
For how long? A week or a day?
10 days.
Yeah. You got
35,500 for that one.
And then some of these are sold out. 41.5 there.
Accommodate though. Like
Is that 42? Or is that? It's up. There's a penthouse suite. That's going to be 53,500. Panoramas 59,000.
It's sold out. Oh well.
71 owner suites. $71,500. Look at that shit.
Yeah.
And they don't even dare touch that honor bar. You're going to get fucked in the ass so hard.
Look for that venture deck.
Look at this. All of these are more than a lot of people in this country make in a year.
91.5.
Part of it. Come on down with us. It's wonderful. See a penguin for, this exorbitant amount of money and eat a very small piece of steak. With,
all I want to see is where's the fireplace and where's the big ass heater, bro. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I know, right? No, I'm not down for any of that. Of course, it's going to be in their summer.
Firewood and everything.
The temperatures are going to be, of course, warmer than normal. But I don't think it's ever truly. Well, I don't know. They've been they've been tracking some pretty record high temperatures these last couple of years in Antarctica. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, to me,
global warming and stuff.
To me, just like our experience with how these people operate, you know, insofar as like winding truth together into falsehoods with a little bit of truth and also some falsehoods, you know, it's gonna if it happens. And again, I'm with you, man. I don't think it's gonna happen. But if it does happen, they will wind it up and package it up so that they can make money. I mean, these are grifters. This is what they do. And as far as I'm concerned, the whole heliocentric, you know, rat pack, they're a bunch of grifters. You know, I think once George W. Bush Sr. died, the rat pack, I think they've lost their foundation, and it's got to unwind now. But it's like I don't see this genie going back in the bottle. You know, they might get one more good gut punch this December if Jaron wants to go down there, and they actually do go down there, and they see a 24-hour sun through some sort of phenomenon that we don't understand. They'll get one more last swing of the fist. But then we're just going to come back and be like, well, that doesn't, you know, I can't reconcile that with flat water all over the place. Sky phenomenon with flat water. I can't do it. You know, so like, you know, I think it's going to be, you know, December is going to be interesting, and there's going to be a bunch of people who are like, fucking flat earth, fuck that shit. And then we're just going to come back like we did after the purge in 2017, 20-fold. Nobody's going away. There's just the preponderance of evidence of everything else doesn't fucking do anything with that.
These guys here are not going to let that fucking shit happen. Okay. These guys here. And you know who that guy up there is with the Grand Poobah robot and shit. Huh? And
Donald
Rick,
Trumpsky.
Yes, it is. And yes, Rick, I would not go on that cruise. I don't like the fucking cold. And for that kind of money, I could sit in a really, really nice hotel, the same quality, in a much warmer tropical environment. You know what I mean?
I have not seen this video. There he is with his, he always makes that thing. When did this surface? I've never seen this.
This is pretty recent.
So there's the handshake.
At least since I've run across it within this last year. So I don't know. You tell me. I don't know, man. You know, you get
very interesting, right?
People always like to say, "Oh, it's this group, or it's that group, or this group. It's the Zionists. It's these people. It's the Jesuits." And I look at it like I think they're all fingers of the same fucking hand that's choking you.
Yeah,
they're just fingers of the same chokehold. You know, it don't matter if somebody got both their hands around your neck, which finger's doing the crushing.
Mm-hmm.
They all are, right? You can't blame it. Oh, if it wasn't for that middle finger, you know, no, man, all of it's working together. And that's how people got to realize.
And it's interesting, like the you know, like Trump apologists would say, he's playing underground. He's playing a double agent. And I just can't. I'm not making the agreement with the political system this year. I'm just not, you know. I can't in good conscience make an agreement with it. And I, you know, like I hope that whatever happens with this election at least keeps people from dying in the streets or whatever. But like, I just don't buy into this bullshit. It's time to walk away as far as I'm concerned. And like, you know, like he just had, there's a lot of like really good podcasters and streamers out there in the world that I follow that, you know, they're generally in support of Trump. And I would agree that he's a much better candidate than Kamala, but they're all the same feather. So like you have to walk all the way away from it and be like, do I, from a personal standpoint and in my heart, do I make an agreement with that? I can't.
Right. All they've done is this. They said, here's a shit sandwich and here's a shit sandwich with ketchup on it.
Yeah.
You know, and of course you're going to take the one with ketchup on it. And before he gets too braggadocious about beating Kamala Harris and shit, if he does, that would be like bragging about beating up a cripple kid, I think.
Yeah.
In my opinion, it really would. I mean, it's like, I don't think they could have found a more brain dead stooge I mean, fucking Biden looks like Einstein compared to this bimbo.
The first time I heard someone say they don't let you let you choose your slave master, that really woke me up. Like, you think they're gonna let us choose?
Right. Well,
they already have a plan.
Mike.
You know, they're plan ahead. You don't think they're smart enough to plan things ahead?
When I look at these different situations, I always play if I were the devil. Okay.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is, like in this situation, it seems inevitable that Trump is going to win overwhelmingly.
Is that your
seems
prediction?
that way. It looks like it. Everybody's
I'm on the
for him. He's
Kamala
got
thing.
voting blocks from nowhere else. But if I were the devil,
Right.
since all you foolish fucking humans are going right back to the goddamn rigged voting machines that we used the last time, I would just go ahead and throw the cheat in anyways, put Kamala in, piss everybody the fuck off, because you're not going to do shit. You didn't do shit when we made you wear a diaper on your face. You didn't do shit when we destroyed your businesses. You didn't do shit. You're not going to do shit. So watch, I'll do whatever the fuck I want because I'm the fucking devil.
Yeah.
And that's how it really goes, man.
It reminds me of the first time I looked up also the definition of the word ruthless. And when you talk about these people, in order to be an elite, you must be ruthless. And to be ruthless, there is no, well, maybe we should treat them this way, or, oh, but if we do that, that might hurt them. To be ruthless, you can't care about who you harm on the way along your journey.
This
you
is
have
why
one
they
goal
have
in mind: power, right?
Yeah.
That's
Look,
it.
this is
And it
why
doesn't
they
matter
at
who gets
Bohemian
it.
Grove, that thing they do in front of that owl is the cremation of care.
Cremation of care, yeah.
What they're doing is they're ritualistic
Karmic retribution too, because as long as they tell us, it's not going to come back to them.
Right, they're
That's
getting
their
rid
ritual.
of
They're
their
trying to say-
concern. They're
Correct.
getting rid of their concern.
And
They
they
just
do
go ahead
that
and-
in a way that actually this is why they do all these rituals and why magic is real, because they have figured out a way. When these books get passed down and the knowledge gets passed down from the first person who figured it out, right? It's going to be sacred knowledge. They're not going to tell the common peasant what they're doing and why they're doing it.
Yeah, and as long as, well, I mean, from my perspective, like if you don't agree with it, at least karmically, our side, at least from my perspective, if I don't agree to participate in this thing, this agreement,
but you are agreeing by spirit, by magic. Because you wake up in the morning and say good morning, and you do all these things, and we do these chants, and we do these rituals against ourselves, and we don't even know we're doing it.
Well, I'm not participating in this thing that's happening in a week, so I mean, I feel pretty good about that.
Well, you know what I mean. Like we're participating in a way. Like I saw this show on Netflix called the Good Way or whatever it was. And the moral of the story was that they were living in heaven, and she's a secretary, and she's like, people aren't coming into heaven as much as they used to. And she's like, and the God's like, well, you need to get down there and figure out what the fuck is going on. Why is everybody going to hell? And she gets down there and she figures out all the good people are attached to this way of life, right? We go to the grocery store and we buy a tomato, but that tomato was picked by somebody whose labor wasn't compensated. So you're in part a part of the problem. By
extension,
by
or
proxy,
proxy,
you have literally have no choice. You are born into a system of bondage.
I collect up so I can show how duplicitous these people are, and this is what I'm saying. I had a Trump guy tell me the other day. He said, "Who are you going to vote for?" I said, "I'm not voting for either one of them." And he goes, "Well, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, that's a vote for Kamala Harris." And I told him, I says, that's really crazy, because I talked to a Kamala Harris voter, and he told me that if I don't vote, it's a vote for Trump. So basically, if I don't vote for anybody, I'm voting for both of them, right? He didn't know what the fuck to do about that.
Yeah,
so
and that's
totally messed his logic right up.
It's a slippery slope, and I'll tell you, like, I got a lot of love for people that want to make this land better, make this particular continent better. If we still believe in that, I got a lot of love for that. But it's like, what do we like?
People are retarded.
They are, and you have to literally walk yourself back and and ask yourself if you want to make the agreement with it. And like this year,
clever use of euphemisms, slogans, and deception and fear.
My mother, my family, everyone I've ever known,
to the chains of their own enslavement. I mean, think about this. They do and say whatever's going to be appropriate, they feel,
you
to
walk
the
up to
crowd
the
that they're
prisoner
standing
with
in front of, right? This is why Kamala tries all her different fake accents every time, right? I mean, she was some kind of Irish Jamaican dude one day,
she
and
couldn't
then
get
another
it.
day
She couldn't do it correctly. She was like mixing them up.
Oh my God, yeah, and she was a black preacher when she was at a black church.
Oh,
and
girl,
then,
you know, girl.
yes, yes, and it's as bad as Hillary. I carry hot. She was on a black radio station being interviewed, and she goes and told him that she carries hot sauce in her purse. And I'm like, wow, that was racist. What the fuck? But that was so. That'd be like, I meet a black dude and I go, hey, yeah, I'm not racist. I watch the Jeffersons, It's like
drink Hennessy.
What the fuck? Yeah, I had some Hennessy, like that. It's like, oh, just stop. And then here I got this clip. Listen to this fool. People say he's a free speech candidate, right? He's all for free speech.
You boys have a fun stream. Thanks for having me, Dave. See you on Wednesday.
Oh, thanks, man. No problem. Anytime.
Later, Alex.
Cheers.
And as long as the Speaker of the House of Representatives is here, I would like to put forward a bill because I watched 2 months ago as some very bad people, radical left people, by the way, nothing happened to them, in Washington, D.C., burned our American flags. They were burning flags. And I would like to suggest that we put in a bill, if you burn the American flag, 1 year in jail.
And they cheered that.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me if I go down to Walmart and I buy an American flag that's most undoubtedly made in fucking China with my own slave fiat currency, and I bring it back here to my home and I burn it, that you want to put me in jail? How are you for free speech again? What?
Yeah, it's in direct contradiction to the Constitution. I mean, it just is.
Absolutely.
It's right there in plain sight. So, like, what do you do with that?
Listen, the crowd will cheer whatever the fuck this man says.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's so dangerous about it, because yes, he says some good things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who do we lose? Oh, we're losing everybody.
These people popping back in and out.
I don't know, man. Give me ADD.
It's a hard conversation, Sav, and especially in the collective thinking moving forward.
It is, but I'm unyielding on this, man.
No, I got you.
I'm telling you that both of these sides, there are no sides. Okay. Now, part of me is looking at it, like I said, if I were the devil, this is what I'd do, right? But part of me is looking at it from this other side too. That, okay, they made it so bad that people would undoubtedly just overwhelmingly vote to get away from the problem. And then I'm going to put another candidate that runs against that guy that's a total fucking train wreck. Okay. I'd make sure and find somebody that had a drug problem, drinking problem, didn't know shit, and put him out there so that it would be like, okay, here's a boxing match. We got Mike Tyson versus Stephen Hawking, and it's like, of course, Mike Tyson's going to kill Stephen Hawking, right? He's going to fucking decimate him. The dude's in a wheelchair. Pow, he's done, right? And then Mike Tyson being all proud about how he done that.
I like that you brought up if I were the devil. And I know that some people out there have seen this, but like I'm sharing something, or you could share it. Doesn't matter. I wanted to do this one. If you want to share it, if you want to.
Yeah. I showed it one time. I think they gave me a copyright, but I don't give a fuck.
Did they give you a copyright? I don't want to do it.
I'm not sure if it was this one or another one that was a more modern version of it. It don't matter. I'll do it.
If you feel sketch about it.
No, it's all right, man. I'm gonna go. This is Paul Harvey, and this was recorded. Here's how bad people don't fucking learn or listen. This was recorded the year I was born.
Yeah. And here's the bugger of it. I grew up listening to Paul Harvey on the radio. And like, I was a rock guy. I was a rock guy. I've been in bands for years. And like this side of the story, I didn't really want to care about it, but I grew up with it. And that you brought it up, I kind of feel like this might be fun. You want me to play it? You want me to go ahead and do it?
Yeah, go for it, man.
All right.
It's not very. Hit my bong while this is playing. But yeah, this is really good. It's If I Were the Devil. And if you listen to what he's saying, you will find that since 1965, this recording and I are the same age. And so when I tell you I've watched this shit come to fruition, listen to what he says. Go ahead, Alex.
It's kind of prophetic. Even if I'm like, I didn't come up with this. I didn't come up with the church. I didn't come up with anything, but like it's, here we go.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah. This is amazing. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So let's make sure it plays. You get any sound on that? I don't know if I'm doing that or not. There we go.
If I were the devil. If I were the devil. If I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have 1/3 of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. And what'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing. Paul Harvey. Good day.
Yeah, so like that, I mean, that's like one of those things where you're like, that happened, what, 50 years ago?
Yeah, 50
years ago?
58 years ago.
Yeah, and like, you know, I get that just the reaction that like you hear from that. It sounds very conservative on it, and like I never considered myself conservative most of my life. Dude, I've been on rock and roll stages my whole life. Like I've had the free flinging lifestyle of what I've had, but I remember hearing that way back in the day, and I'm like, damn, it's kind of kind of like what's happening right now. And he said that 50 years ago, right?
60. It'll be 60 years this next year.
It's wild, that one.
Yeah. So that just goes to show people don't really pay heed to it. They really don't. And they'll go toward the mess. They want to go toward the drama. They want to go toward what's lewd. They want to go toward what's lascivious. That's what draws them. That's why Jerry Springer got so many fucking views and an audience. That's why people watch Maury. They want to see the whore break down because she can't find her baby daddy. And, you know, that's the kind of shit that people are drawn to. And it becomes a part of their life. People start emulating it, doing it to the point where you start seeing, let me show you some bizarre shit I found. Let me just show you some bizarre shit I found. Let me go back here. I just put this up earlier. And I mean, this right here, this ought to give you an indication as to what people's minds are like these days, where their minds are at. This is just really disturbing. Let me just show. And I warned y'all. I warned you.
It is an actual replication of my husband's penis with his ashes in it that I have slowly been spreading around the gathering. And he's here. It is an actual replication of my husband.
Now, who does that? Has their old man's junk replicated and his ashes from his cremation put inside?
Was that in an Insane Clown Posse concert or something? I don't know. I'm just like, what?
I don't know.
I'm like, what?
I just can't believe that there's people like this out there. And this was funny too. Did you see? Okay, so where Kamala Harris, you know, they posted a picture of her supposedly in her McDonald's uniform to prove that she worked at McDonald's, right?
Right.
All right. So here's the thing too, and I'm going to pause this because this girl doesn't mention this, but I'm going to point it out because they really did bad Photoshop for this. They really did. Check this out.
So I'm sure most of us by now have seen this picture because the left is fucking passing around like fucking joint. But I just saw another video talking about, oh, this photo is Photoshop, da 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 da. And I'm like, I'm going to go look and do my own research. Y'all check this shit out. So this is reaganfamily.ca. It's a little family website. And up there at the top, you see that Suzanne Bernier memorial page, passed away back in 2007. Yeah, click on that, which brings you to this, which is her memorial page. And you scroll down and you get down here to memories of Suzanne. And if you click on the growing years, you literally see this picture, McDonald's swing manager. Y'all, it's the same motherfucking picture. It's the same picture. It is the...
Now, do you notice what's on her shoulder right here?
Yeah.
It's a little monkey.
Yeah.
It's a little monkey. See the end of its tail right here?
Yep.
Okay. Now watching with the picture of Kamala.
The exact same picture. Photoshop.
They forgot to take the fucking tail out.
It's all bullshit, dude. It's all bullshit. All of it. You know? And like...
It was the dead girl's memorial page picture. I mean, I thought it was bad enough when they wheeled poor Jimmy Carter out there.
Oh, dude. And he's like in his last throes of death. And like,
oh my God,
someone moved his arm. They're like, put your finger on the thing. The dude's barely even there. His mouth is open. He's like, like, you know,
right?
Dude.
Stopped with Kamala's face. Look at that shit, y'all. I mean, Come on.
They left the monkey's
But
fucking
the left
tail.
is passing this around like it's some kind of aha gotcha moment. Y'all are liars, just like Kamala.
I mean, at this point in time, all we can do, Sav, is just laugh. Because, like,
did you see where Joe Rogan asked Trump about his ear?
Yeah, which was, I mean, honestly, that's what that we've been at that for months. It's like, why isn't anyone asking about this? It was like the perfect photo off, like what did he do? He was just like, what did he say exactly in that interview? He said,
hang on, I got it. Hang on.
Okay, let's watch this shit.
I gotta find it. Go ahead and keep talking. I gotta find it. I got so much shit on here. It's not even funny.
I was just because I knew I just know that the ballistics, I'm a pyromaniac and I like guns. I don't own one, but I like them. And I know the ballistics and or the physics that surrounds something that's moving at 1,300 miles an hour, that even if it missed his ear, it would have ripped fucking half his face off just from the compression. And
not a 223, not a 5.56, no. But the doctor who examined him said on television, I listened to him, and he said that there was a 2 centimeter area gouged out. Now, 2 centimeters is almost 3/4 of an inch.
Mm-hmm.
A 2 centimeter area gouged out, consistent with a rifle round. 2 centimeters.
Mm-hmm.
That's big. We don't see any evidence of that. Where the hell is that?
Evening, Sav.
Hey, what's going on, brother?
I don't know. We had a circus out here at Walmart earlier today.
Oh boy, what happened?
Guy decided to run off with 2 carts of groceries, and he wouldn't stop, and they tased him twice, and they still fought.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I know. It's funny. Are you watching Vicarious douchebags do stupid shit now? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, that too.
How about that trip to Antarctica? Come on. 35 grand. Yeah. I was looking on the site, and there's some you get for 15, but they're not quite as luxurious. Sorry. But yeah, you can go down there cheaper than that.
I got another thing about I got another thing I want to show you all about these transformers.
Okay.
Too, so remind me of that.
Speaking of that, I had a conversation with one last night.
Oh boy.
You know the one I'm talking about.
Yeah. He's not allowed on my channel.
Yeah, I remember the night he came on the first time.
He threatened to try to get my channel shut down. I don't want anybody like him around here.
I don't blame you.
That's all there is. I don't need to, and I don't have to be apologetic about it or any other goddamn thing. That's just like, fuck you. You're a weirdo, bro. Yeah. I'm playing that.
I thought you want to hear about the Walmart thing.
Oh yeah.
I got some of it, a little bit of on video, but not enough. It was after the fact.
Oh my God. Hold up real quick. This is funny. Janet Yellen was talking about, and she got asked if the dollar was going to be okay, and she said it was fine. And then the fucking plaque on the front of this podium for the Department of the Treasury fell right off. What?
Thank you, Colby Smith with the FT. You've described calls for widespread tariffs as deeply misguided, and the IMF today has warned that such policies will dent global growth. Can you elaborate more on the near-term economic impact of these policies and over a longer time horizon? How concerned are you about the potential impact of the dollar's status as the world's currency?
Let's see.
Thank you.
He's worse than my grandma, dude. Yeah.
That's better than any answer she could have give right there.
All right, that's fucking hilarious.
Oh my God, listen early.
I had something I was looking at too. Well, I mean my basically my X account is literally just for reposting like a bunch of flat earth stuff, and
that's what I do. Yeah.
That's all it is. I don't even pretend to have like an action because I'm so shadow banned on there now that I pick the ones out that I like and I just reshare them. And if it's getting shadow banned, great, fine, whatever.
Well, this is going to be why we're going to go to Rumble exclusively on a future show here real soon, right here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Son, you know, once you start, there's no going back.
I know.
This means total commitment. Once you begin the path, there is no leaving the path. Are you sure you're ready for that? I mean, really ready?
I guess so.
Neat. We'll start tomorrow.
That's dark, dude. That's dark.
Yeah.
I loved that show. That show was great. I love
Malcolm
that
was a good show, dude. It was.
Yeah. That was definitely a good one.
Yeah.
Oh man, what was I? Oh, is this the one?
Whatever happened to Ferris Bueller? That's what I want to know. Sorry about that, guy.
Ferris Bueller.
Okay, here he goes. Here's Trump being asked by Rogan about his ear. Now, what's really interesting about this is he's like talks about it, and then he quickly changes the subject, and he uses one of Joe Rogan's favorite wrestling performers to do this with. Well, it's masterful. This guy's master. Watch.
I come in here.
Okay.
It's all about timing. It's all about the timing.
Timing's
I think
good.
timing's perfect. Do you even have a scar on your ear? You got anything on there?
I do.
What do we say? What do you got there?
So right over here.
Oh, it's a tiny little
See,
mark.
it zicked right there.
Yeah. It healed up pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's little. It's not like some of the wrestlers, some of the UFC fighters.
No, you didn't
It's
get
a little bit.
cauliflower
No. It was sort of like a top shot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I didn't have that up on screen. I'm a dick.
Yeah, you didn't. Damn it.
I'm a dick.
I want to see him.
I'm looking over here and I'm seeing you guys, and I'm looking over at this monitor, and I'm seeing Joe Rogan and shit. And it's like, my bad.
I come in here. It's all about timing. It's all about the timing. I think timing's perfect. Do you even have a scar on your ear? You got anything on there?
I do.
What do we say? What do you got there?
So right over here.
Oh, it's a tiny little
See,
mark.
it zicked right there.
Yeah. It healed up pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's little. It's not like some of the wrestlers, some of the UFC fighters.
No, you didn't
It's
get
a little bit.
cauliflower.
No. It was sort of like a top shot.
Mm-hmm.
The point of the bullet was a
Boy.
little of the ass, but you see the thing's taken off a little bit, but it makes me a tougher guy. You know the fighters. The fighters love their. Bo Nickel, he's a great fighter.
Yeah, I love Bo Nickel.
How's he going to do? I think he's
He's
terrific.
great. He's a fantastic
He was
fighter.
almost like undefeated. in college.
He's a fantastic wrestler and one of the best mixed martial artists that come in here. It's all about timing. It's all about the timing.
Timing's
I think
good.
time.
Yeah, he's one of the best wrestlers. He's off that now.
Just
'Cause,
walk.
yeah, it's right here. You can, mine's
You
right
see,
here.
like within rhetoric, you can walk your way right out.
How could he see a scar from that distance? So
He couldn't. That's why I've got another meme that shows like those in squares, and it says the moment that Joe Rogan realized that the assassination attempt was a lie. And that's for real, because you look at Joe's face and he's like, oh, well, healed up pretty fucking good, didn't it?
Looks like an ear.
But he's got to play along. He's got to play along.
Yeah, they're not going to let him. They're not letting him.
No. He's got to play along. That's all they are.
They probably briefed him before the interview, like, don't ask about the scar, don't look at the scar, pretend like you're looking at the scar, stay off the subject of the scar.
Yeah, just don't even go there with it. Just, briefly. He probably had somebody in his ear saying, Ixnay on the ear nay,
They always do. There's always somebody in his ear telling him what not to say.
Well, he also did not even approach asking about the question of the father of this thing. He avoided that 1,000,000%. It's like that's a problem. That's a problem for everybody because you don't get around that. There's plenty of things that he could have said about that subject. There's plenty of things he could have said. He could have said early on in March of that particular year, he could have said, look, we will work on providing a solution in your medical belief system. We'll work on that. I'm saying he said he could have said, I'm recommending you do this. He didn't say recommend. Now he's calling himself the father of the thing.
Yeah.
And that's the way he played chess there, if he's this grand chess player, he could have said, look, there's these other things we could do. And a lot of apologists will say, well, he did talk about the you know, the dewormer. He could have talked about and said, like, I recommend this, but I will push. I will get a vaccine out if that's out that will work in this. But he didn't do that. He said
he was up there like a goddamn QVC salesman pushing that shit. He might as well have been working for Pfizer.
Yeah, and like that.
And then he signed a $6.2 trillion fucking package. A bunch of that money went to these pharma companies, right? All of it on a high interest, adjustable rate loan. All of that was $6.2 trillion of it was all a loan. And you got $350 and you're responsible for the full 6.2 trillion. You're welcome. Hello, American people. We can't help but notice that you're suffering from the economic conditions that we caused. So what we're going to do is take a massive loan out in your name, give you $350, and you're going to have to foot the bill for the rest of the fucking shit. And then everybody's wondering why it's costing them $10 for a fucking dozen eggs.
Yeah.
I remember when I started working during the, the plan, whatever it was, and they gave me $1,600 just for working. They gave me a check. They cut me one right off, and they gave me another $500, another $200 after that. Jeez. They were paying me hush money. Like, just come to work and take your temperature and shut the fuck up. Dumb. Yeah. And that was Trump that signed that shit, dude. He passed that out. He's like, here you go. Here's for the working force. Yeah.
See, and you look back and there's all these guys. I don't care who they are, man. I don't care who they are. They all come from some kind of fucked up, perverted background. All of them, man. All of them. And it doesn't matter. I mean, it's even, JFK had a male lover. His name was Lem, which is ironic because that's what they ended up calling the lander, the LEM, the Lunar Excursion Module.
The acronym fit.
LEM, and that was Kennedy's little boy toy guy. They were always hanging around each other, hugging on each other and shit. So there's a lot of this has been huge in these groups. And I'm going to show you a thing about that here in just a minute. But even like in the rap, here's all these young kids, young boys and shit. They're watching these videos and there's some big booty ass shaking broad wearing hardly anything. And poor boy don't realize that half of them guys or half of them chicks are dudes, man. Here's one from Biggie Smalls video. Check this out.
You go and you look at the Big Papa video, and the lead woman or the lead guy in that is a transgender. Why is the lead person out of all the bad in New York City back then, even the women in the video, why was the lead a transgender? Why was there, you remember the scene in the bathroom? Why was there a transgender person in the bathroom with them and the guy? Now look at the girl, go to the scene when Buster's talking to her at the bar and Big walk up and move in there. And then, or when she say true, stop it right there and look at the knot in her throat.
Don't do what we came to do, ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the...
Her name is Shamika. She was from Queens and she got killed because she was didn't know it was a man and went to have sex with her and found out she was a man and she's dead and he's in jail. You go and you look.
And so that very person right there that was in that video got picked up by some dude and they, kind of a crying game type of situation. The dude found out that the she was a he and he lived life on the wild side and deleted her. And he's in jail for it.
So what you're looking at is like an exposure to like a religion that we've never understood. I mean, that's really what it is. And I honestly, I'll be the first to be like, in the last 6 years of all the stuff we found out, this exposure of how they do their religion, it's pretty much now coming. It's unfolding now. We're seeing like, how many? Here's the other thing. I'm going to be real clear on this. This transvestigation thing can go too far sometimes, and you might be wrong, but
unpurposely.
Yes, and But from my perspective, what I keep finding out as I keep seeing this thing is they have a religion that they follow to a T. And even like I'm Christian friendly. I have never been in church. I don't know what it is. I know that there's a greater spiritual thing going on here. Whatever their religion is, they're following it. They're following it all the way down the line. And then the more that comes out, you're like there's some sort of obligation to turn men into women, women into men. Maybe it's one way more than the other.
It's like a twisted form of Gnostic, whereas they've got this idea of a demiurge, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Yeah, and like you almost have to commit to that thing. And my best understanding of it is, and again, I'm a fourth grader on this shit, man. I'm just coming into this in the last couple of years. It's like as I understand it at this point in time. And again, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like, you either sacrifice your firstborn or you flip them, and that's fucking weird.
Seems that way because apparently, from what I've heard, these videos that have been leaked out to the press, I don't think they've been released yet, but they also show Diddy engaged in some surfing activity on the old Brown Eye with Jaden Smith, Will Smith's boy, as well as Justin Bieber.
So let me ask you this, don't we have an obligation to at least understand their religion so that we can at least call it out now? Because like I'm going through all this, I'm like, this is some sick shit.
It is.
And I didn't even know it was sick. I didn't even know it existed. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It seems to be deeply rooted in Crowleyism, and practices by his OTO, which stemmed from the Golden Dawn. That movement started taking place around the late 19th century. I think it goes back all the way to the Hellfire Club, which Benjamin Franklin was a member of. And if you recall, recently they found bodies under his house in England. So yeah, this shit's been going on for a long, long time in amongst the same circles of people. And not just this ritualistic shit, but this thing behind he is a she. I mean, and it goes back so far. My friend, he was over here earlier today. I was playing my guitar. He goes, "Oh, do you know what's that song, Lola?" And I says, "Yeah." And I started playing it and I'm singing it. And after it, I says, "You know what that song's about, don't you?" He goes, "What?" I said, "It's about a transvestite, dude. Yeah. It's about a tranny picking up a straight boy in a bar. That's what it's about from the boy's point of view." Even when it says, "I got down on the floor, I dropped to my knees, and that's the way that I wanted to stay, and I always wanted to be that way for my Lola." What do you think they're talking about, bro? Lou Reed, "Take a Walk on the Wild Side." Yeah. Listen to it.
So like if we were to just like encapsulate this and put our arms around, and not put our arms around it metaphorically or just literally, just getting an understanding of it, is we have a religion that we have never understood, that's been hidden from all of us this whole time. Yeah. And it appears as though that it's now being presented, it's being unveiled, it's being presented to us.
It's becoming more and more out in the open. I mean, they're openly selling shirts with Crowley's slogan on it.
Yeah. And you know where
people are wearing them. "Doest thou wilt be the whole of the law." Okay. Right. That comes right down to free will. And where the trick of that is this, is that you have free will. Okay. We were talking about this on Flatzoid earlier. You have free will. You can do anything you want. It doesn't mean you're not going to pay consequences for things that you do. Okay. People will take it to mean that. It doesn't necessarily mean that. Okay. And they are embracing this kind of thing. So within the sanctity of a secret environment, such as what P. Diddy was providing, or Crowley, or any of the rest of these, they can do things that would be morally reprehensible to the rest of society around them without anybody actually knowing that they're doing it. But as they introduce it and it becomes bigger and bigger as it is today, so as in the days of Noah, it will be in the coming of the Son of Man. We're seeing that. Okay. When you've got men kneeling down in San Francisco in a wading pool while men in ass chaps and other leather gear are urinating on them and into their mouths willingly as people are walking by with their kids, how is that not like Sodom and Gomorrah? Okay, and this is just out there.
It strikes pretty familiar to that story, and
It
I
does.
also, like just to, like a lot of people that maybe are listening that don't know about this story. If you go back and look at the first ladies of the last 70 or 80 years, if you really look at those photos, you will be very, very surprised.
Great segue, Rowley or Lowry. Rowley.
You can call me Rowley. I'll be Rowley for a minute.
No,
Yeah.
no, I you know what? I know somebody named Rowley. That's why it was just Lowry. It's an anagram. That's all. Anyway, Lowry, that was a great segue because when I play, this is about almost 6 minutes long.
Okay.
But not only listen to what the man is saying, but read what is going on the screen as they show you these photographs too. You're going to love this.
Yeah.
Put it in a piece.
You know, the trans business across Europe is astonishing. I had a paper some months back where I looked at some of the royal families of Europe going back over the last 100 years.
Yes. Yes.
And you could, they jump out at you. The male qualities, they are actually comical.
I mean, isn't that, but it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, the royal families of Europe are full of, trannies, basically.
Sir Walter Raleigh was locked in the Tower of London for referring to King James as Queen James. I'm not kidding, man. This is for real.
I mean, it's so weird. It's not intuitive for those of us that are of the other ilk.
Look at here. Queen Margaret of Denmark is a dude.
And it becomes a little bit more clear every single day in small steps when you see kind of what happened. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah. This is great.
Trans people, transsexual. I mean, that's kind of mind-blowing, right? Really?
It is. Now, you could imagine that would have been feasible in the old days before the use of photographs and video and all of that, where the people wouldn't get to see them very often. And when they did, they wouldn't get much chance to study them.
Yeah.
And when the camera became available and video and film footage became available, we had a brief window where we could see them in the raw, if you like. But in the last 20, 30, 40 years, they appear to have greatly improved the quality so that they're much more convincing transgenders now.
Yeah.
And of course, they carry out more surgery on them now. I would recommend, if you're interested, to go out and check some of the junior members of the British royal family.
Oh, yeah.
The ones that are around 5, 6, 7, 8. They are just...
Real quick, this guy, Nelson Rockefeller, he was actually the governor of Arkansas. And I want you to notice the striking resemblance between him and Bill Clinton.
Okay. Yeah.
That's Bill Clinton's real daddy.
I've been down that rabbit hole, and there's also another rabbit hole about Arkansas being a sort of a safe haven for people when they get in trouble in the press or they get a little bit exposed, that people go down to Arkansas. Anyway, keep going.
Dixie Mafia, bro.
Yeah.
It's like little boys, you know.
Yeah.
But by the time they're 13, 14, 15, between the chemicals and the hormones, the surgery and so on, they will be more convincing females than they are at the moment.
Yeah, it's just such a strange thing to do, for just normal people like us. We just think, why would anybody want to change their gender or pull out, try to do this deception? And now, do you think it's something they have to do to please their gods, right? Their master?
I think it is. I think it's part of this cult club, society. You know, Mrs. Thatcher made a famous remark years back. She was one, and she spoke about a certain person who was getting above a station, and she was saying, he is not one of us. And, you know, at the time you would tend to think, well, they're speaking only of the power elite. But now that we have a...
He's talking about something that Margaret Thatcher said, who was also a man to woman trans.
Yeah, and I think, and I'm going to go on a limb here, and again, this is my humble opinion, as I think that Kubrick was trying to expose some of this in Eyes Wide Shut, and like that famous 20 minutes of footage that was lost was where he kind of landed the plane in his mind, and then he either was sacrificed or was unalived. He was killed. You know, but
Well,
would you have?
I think he pushed too far, and I believe that in the movie Wag the Dog.
Yes,
I believe that Dustin Hoffman's character was loosely based off Kubrick.
Yes, I can see that. I can see that.
And you see that he started mouthing and talking about he needed recognition and shit for it because it was masterful and everything. And then he just nods over at those two guys and they take him for a limo ride. And you know where he's going. You know he's gone. It's over, you know? So,
yeah. And like where we're going with it before you hit play, it's like we're going with this is that we're just trying to get an understanding of an alternate religion. I'm not supporting this alternate religion, but we're trying to get to the bottom of how they think and how they feel about the world. And I think it's useful for like your listeners, Sav, you know, I think it's a powerful kind of just like, hey, so this is how you feel. This is how your religion feels. We need to understand why you believe this way. You have a different God than us. And that's what we're doing here. That's what we're doing. And like, I went through this whole rabbit hole, and it was like, once my eyes were opened and I started seeing men in women's wigs all the way back to fucking, you know, antiquity, at least as far as what we understand antiquity is concerned. And let's keep going. Yeah.
It's real simple, Lowry. It's real simple. Here's why they do it. Because it fucking works.
Seems
okay? They are getting, what do they get out of this? Power and material wealth, which is only good here.
Right.
It's only good here. You don't get to take that fucking shit with you. Okay?
Yeah.
So while they're here, which tells me that I think that these people are literally possessed, inhabited by the spirits of the Nephilim, which we call demons.
Right.
But there has to be a certain kind of a genetic compatibility in order for them to be able to meld with have the symbiosis.
Do you think that like on that note, do you think like that big push between 23andMe and like the C thing and the gathering of like C tests and everything else, getting a genetic map of this place we've been, that they were looking for people to sort of, I guess, coalesce a forward movement of this belief system? And what do you think about that?
No, I don't think it's so much that as it was a way of getting a majority of people's DNA not only on file, but also to patent it for themselves, to go ahead and own your DNA through litigation, of course. But there's, people sign these agreements. I want to find out how much Spanish I am.
Right.
There's like all this fine print. Nobody's reading the fucking shit. They're just signing it. Nobody wants to take the time to get something out to be able to read all that little fine print. It's like you download Candy Crush. I just want to play Candy Crush. Yes, I accept. Boom. A couple hours later, there's a couple guys at your door to get your kidney. It's like, yeah, you agreed to it with the Candy Crush. It's like, what?
Yeah. And have we and this again, this question to you is like, and I feel the same way. It's like I don't think we've come to the understanding how powerful our blood is and like what our blood is made up of. and like what we are, like where would we come from, what is our thing, and
Life
blood.
is in the
Blood
blood.
seems to be like the biggest gold on the planet, above gold, blood. You know, and like what's in your blood, and like
But I mean, I think that these people, this is why they, even to the point of genetic detriment, you know, because of what happens with inbreeding, that they do this. This is why they're so specific on their bloodlines. They're so specific on who marries who. Okay. And I think that's so that their offspring can be of the compatible DNA for a demon to inhabit. Because here's another clue to it. You've got these people that put plans into action that take decades and decades to come to fruition. In fact, in a lot of them, there's no way that anybody who started that plan is ever going to live to see it come to fruition.
Right.
Not the mortal part, but if it were a spirit, so to speak, or a demon that is passed along in succession as the host gets too old to a new host body, then that same entity whose lifespan is much, much, much longer than a human can implement these plans slowly, a totalitarian tiptoe. Like when a cat sneaks up on a bird, real small, incremental movements until it's within pouncing distance, and then it's bam, it's on.
Yeah,
Right?
and, but you got to remember too, is I think I agree with you on that. And I also would say that these people are stuck here.
There's no place on earth, on heaven or earth for them. That's why they're angry so bad. That's why they're jealous of us too.
Yes, and I think they're stuck in here. I speak to, I guess I would say the word demon loosely. That they're stuck here, and this is their game here. This is their game here, and it's really bizarre to see it unfold. And I think like a lot of people that don't have eyes to see yet, but if you look at some of these women, they're clearly men. They're clearly,
oh my God, yeah,
men. And you're like, holy shit, how did I not see this? How did I not see it? You know?
I mean, you look at the bone structure. Here's one, Kathleen Lesjak, former interim CEO at Hewlett Packard. Bam. Again. There's more.
A different coloration on that now, because we see it could possibly mean that he wasn't a member of this club.
One of us. Yeah.
One of us.
So there is some
and I think the Mitfords used to have a term, you and non-you. The you being us, and of course the non-you being the rabble.
There's your Kraft Food, man. Former CEO of Kraft Food. Tell me that.
All CEOs. They're all CEOs. They're all the top of corporations. They're all the top of everything.
Yes.
And if you can't just give that guy a shorter haircut, and it's very clear. It's very, very fucking clear that you've got to, this is a religion. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, you put him in shorten up the hair, take off the makeup, right? Or even with the hair like it is, just put him in a polo shirt and slacks, and he would fit in out on the golf course with Bob and Ted, and having screwdrivers at the fucking halfway house. I mean, that is a dude. Look at the bone structure of the face, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
And there's other ones too, man. I think that you remember B. Arthur?
Yes.
Okay. I think that was a dude. I really do, man. And all the time when people would say, yes, she's a very handsome woman, which basically means she looks like a dude. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like, I see all so much of this, and to find out how many of them, and how many of them they put in dresses too. I mean, you remember Jamie Foxx when he was on In Living Color and shit? He'd always play that half retarded woman.
Yeah. And the one thing that woke me up, obviously, was Michael LaVaughn Robinson. And you guys can all go out and do that deep dive for yourself. But that woke me up. And then to walk it back, and I went back through all of the former first ladies, and it's curious. It's super curious. I'm like, I mean, if you can just take the face,
okay,
and then take. You go ahead.
Check this out. So Barbara Bush is too. All right, and
oh yeah,
George Bush. George Bush,
Barbara Bush is like one of the biggest ones. It's like Crowley in a wig.
Okay, so old man Bush, right? Old man Bush,
yeah,
was business partners with Barack Obama's stepdad, Yolo Sotoro. Okay, and so he knew Barack as a child.
Yeah.
All right. Now, you ever see all the time when he'd get around Michelle Obama, and he'd give her a little piece of candy and she'd giggle, they'd kind of giggle and shit? That's because that's the same kind of candy he used to give to Barack when he was a little boy, and he'd come up and sit on his lap. These motherfuckers are all tied in together, man. I'm telling you, and they're all related.
Same company. It's the same company. It's the same family. They call it a family or whatever. But like, I want to see some more of these examples so that people can see that.
And if you're one of us, then of course there must be some physical evidence that you have joined this club. Now, I don't think all of the males have to do it, or even all of the females, but I do. It is quite obvious the more I study this, these people hate natural women.
Yeah, yeah.
They hate natural childbirth. They hate natural marriage. They hate natural families.
Yes. Is that their hatred of humanity in general, or what is
well,
that
it seems to be whether Satan hates women more than men, and this is carried through, or whether it's part of a general strategy that they are following to wipe out the family, separate sex and marriage, separate the rearing of children from their parents, so that the state raises and brainwashes the child, and where generation takes place without the uterus, because the striking feature of an androgyne is the thing you can't see. They don't have a uterus.
Ah, great.
Now, this ad right there, that last one you just saw, that Helen Gurley Brown, was a household name. You would hear people reference what Helen Gurley Brown had said about this, that, or the other. When I was a kid, you heard about her all the time, all that whole time. That blew me away. That was a dude. Holy shit.
And if you actually like, but if really like the real productive exercise would be if you take these pictures and you put, just say, like a photoshopped man haircut on top of these faces, it would completely change the way that you see this religion. And that's what it is. It's a religion. It's a religion that we don't understand. We're trying to figure it out. I mean, ultimately, like I would still say this, and I want to see the rest of this video, but like I really want to see at some point in time, I want to see old Georgie, his wife, Barbara. I mean, if you just overlay her face with Crowley, it's fucking freaky. It's freaky as fuck, dude.
And her mom was in his cult. Was in Crowley's cult.
I'm not even sure that it wasn't Crowley.
Barbara Pierce was
Barbara Pierce, and like it's either an offspring that was a male that's of Crowley, or do you actually overlay it? It's hard to tell.
Who's to say that these freaks, man? You never can. I mean, like this thing right here is Betty Friedman,
who's the mother of the feminist movement.
Yeah,
which is fucking ironic as shit, because it's probably a dude. You know,
dude. Look at his real name is Shlomo Baumstein. I mean, for Christ's sake, look at that. Nothing says J better than that right there. Come on. It looks, the one on the right almost looks like who's it got? John Lovett. Look at that. Motherfucker look like John Lovett wearing a wig, man.
Yeah, if you put a male haircut on top of that picture alone, it would change your whole view of like what you're looking at reality. I mean,
they have one of those old fucking mobsters, man.
Yeah, and they have a religion, and you have to understand that they follow their religion perfectly.
Yeah,
perfectly. They do it by the book, and that's what I think a lot of people that aren't in this that don't understand how power works. And this is what they do.
I know a lot of them go. Oh, and Roger, sorry I didn't catch your message. It's cool. He had to go back to work. Listen, these oh shit, I forgot what I was going to say now. That's good pot.
I mean, here's the thing. At the end of the day, what we're trying to do is understand their religion. And
I remember what I was going to be. The Kabbalah.
Yeah, the Kabbalah.
Many of these people are tied up into that, and I want to look and see if there's like some kind of an offshoot of that that's incorporating this Crowley ritualistic sex magic shit, because this is all involved with sex magic. That shit that Abramovich does, that Marina Abramovich, that shit she does, that's totally right out of that.
And I think it's really important, like as we explore this, is like they believe in this religion. In other words, we don't believe in it. I'm speaking for myself as my own personal opinion. They have a religion. We're trying to understand it and get to the bottom of it so that we're not getting fucked with by these people. That's really my position.
I think it goes beyond a religion. I think these people are in direct communication and commune with a dark entity. I really do. I think it goes beyond just a religion. It's not just a belief. Something like that is hard to sell on people without there being something heavily duty into it.
There's something weird about how they get about, just getting about their business. Obviously they're in power and they have a ton of money. But it's wound up into an ancient idea that hasn't changed, and they still practice it. So let's go with this. They practice this. So now we need to learn how to understand it, and so that we can basically defend ourselves against this fucking crazy ass shit. Because if you agree to these people who operate in politics, they operate in things that affect your daily lives. You pay taxes over to these people. We need to understand what their religion is, and in my personal opinion, disagree with it and walk away from it. And when you can see it and you can look at it, I think some trans investigators go too far. I think there's some people that aren't, but I mean, for the most part,
for lack of a name for this, I would have to, because like I said, it seems like offshoots of this, that, and the other. But ultimately, what it comes down to, it seems like what their ultimate religion is blasphemy towards the Creator God.
Yeah,
these are the people that want to delete little babies. These are the people that wanted to delete you if you didn't participate in a medical experiment that they were coercing everyone into. You mean there's a cheeseburger element to this?
I think I would go even further, Savin. I would say that like, this is their realm. They can't leave it. And this is how it works in here. And this is why it really sucks for everybody in this realm, because we're just visitors. We're coming through here as a life experiment for us, as a life study. We're going through this and we're in somebody else's house. There is a greater house that we go to that I hope to the end of hope that I get the hell out of here and I got a really great learning experience in this place. These people are stuck here. They're this, and this is what I want to understand. Is I don't understand why somebody would want to be both a man and a woman. I don't understand that. I don't get it. I'm trying to understand it, but I'm looking at these pictures. I'm looking at things, and I'm looking at the first wives of the last, the first ladies of the last, say, 100 years, and it's just getting stranger and stranger when I look at it. And I think Kubrick was trying to make a point, because I'm a film guy, I'm an artist, I'm a musician. I like looking at art. I think art really kind of dives into some of this stuff. And I think that
there's no doubt that Kubrick touched on a sensitive nerve when it comes to this power structure and the shit they do behind closed doors. That's absolutely obvious. I mean, for the fact that he actually filmed it in a Rothschild mansion was, pushing it to begin with.
Yeah.
But I think there's like 19 minutes that they cut out after he died before they released it.
They cut 19 to 20 minutes in the movie, and then he died on curiously enough, he died like on the anniversary of the quote unquote moon landing.
Yeah.
And that was Nicole said, look up Michelle Lamy. So any of you guys, any of you diggers out there, look up Michelle Lamy, MICHELE LAMY. Look that up if you guys want to dig on that. And I think this is important because I think what's really important, what you're doing right now is like we're trying to understand their religion, and they follow this, and I want to understand it so that I can defend myself, Nicole. And like
I'll send you a few links that might get your appetite started.
I want to know.
Like I said, as I've been looking into this, it has led me to such things as, and this, I got to say, it's spirit driven. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's crazy how this shit starts coming to me that's connected. And I think, okay, I'm going to take a break for this and I'm going to look into this. And I find out, oh my God, that's connected to what I was just looking at. Right.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, this whole thing has led me to the Mothers of Darkness Castle in Belgium. Marc Dutroux, who was, people don't realize how close Belgium came to a revolution just here a few years ago because of some of the shit that was uncovered that these politicians and everything were into and protecting. And it all related to this chateau and I forget how you pronounce it. They call it the Mothers of Darkness Castle, which incidentally has a ritual room in it that has 1,000 points of light in the ceiling. Geez, I wonder where that's come from. 1,000 points of light. Where have I heard that before? And then I just heard a thing here the other day that when George Bush gave that speech, one of his staffers came up to him after the speech and said, "Oh, Mr. Bush, that was really inspiring. I want to be in on this 1,000 points of light." And he put his hands on her shoulders, looked directly into her eyes with a stern face and said, "That's not up to me," and walked away.
Yeah. And what we're looking at now is we're looking at realm wide in this realm. Yeah. This is their religion. Like where we go after this, I tend to believe that we're just passing through this place. Mm-hmm. But I want to see
on that. I got something about that one after I get done with this here.
Yeah, I want to see more of this, and then I want to show. I hope it shows at the end of this one, Barbara Bush, and is there an overlay of Crowley because it's creepy.
No, it doesn't do that on here, but
I'll find it. Well, keep playing this. I'll find it on my end, and we'll see what happens here.
Good point.
But
they always pretend like they do. The fake pregnant bellies. They have fake pregnant bellies.
Yeah, the fake pregnancy. But this is what they all have in common. The men who are men don't have a uterus, and the women who are actually men don't.
Yes.
So you see, Satan hates this because that's the means by which the Lord brought Christ into the world and caused the defeat of Satan. And also Satan in the garden. I mean, he went for the woman because he knew that was the weaker of the two, and he could deceive her. And Paul actually says that Satan didn't deceive Adam.
Okay.
Adam rebelled. You see, Adam had this amazingly beautiful partner, the most beautiful woman who ever lived.
Yeah.
Adam didn't really believe the lies that Satan told. But he went along with it because he was losing his woman. You know?
Yeah.
And this seems to be all part of it. Satan is attacking women. The attack on women today is staggering.
Yeah.
And you see how they're suffering by trying to lose weight, anorexia and bulimia and all kinds of neurotic practices and exercising to death. simply to look like one of these strange transgender gargoyles. I mean,
yeah, and not wanting to get pregnant, to get fat and stuff,
and not wanting to get pregnant,
not wanting to have babies, abortion.
That's abortion. And the murder of children. Is anything more pleasing to Satan than to have a mother kill her own child?
Wow,
it's just astounding.
Wow.
So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
You know, and this is crazy how they got that, you know, where they have the there's a and it makes sense. It makes sense. And like I said, it seems to be all rooted in blasphemy and praise to the antithesis of God, the Shaitan or Satan. Although they do it through a number of his minions as well, because there's a big ties to Abraxas, and we have Minerva, and they really have these Moloch, you know, and there's really quite a thing to this that they do, and apparently it does work. But what price? We go all the way back to the story of Robert Johnson, who went to the crossroads in Arkansas. This guy couldn't fucking play a guitar or carry a tune in a bucket. And he came back a month later and he was blasting the audience away, man.
Oh, don't even get me started on like on music and like the
so it's big. And what he was talking about with the fake pregnancies, there was recently on a show from a transgender host, Wendy Williams, where Beyonce came on. And you remember when she was pregnant, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
And when she went to sit down, her belly bump folded. It was fake. So is Beyonce a dude too, maybe? I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I mean, it looks like it. Here's the thing that Lowry had about Crowley.
I sent you. So like this thing, it's like this one. Like I studied this one very early on, and this was and again, and like what I want to make really, really clear on this is like there are transvestigators that are just taking it too far. These are the ones that I've been focusing on primarily because it was the same group of folks that began the narrative of an inverted, Spaceballs heliocentric model. This is where it came from. It came from these people, and it was Jack Parsons, it was Werner von Braun, it was Crowley, and everything else, and it literally
wasn't there. No, it was just that Jack Parson was in correspondence with Crowley.
Yeah,
with the OTO, and he had joined a chapter of it in Pasadena. Parsons had, and he seemed to be recognized as quite adept, and kind of, sort of through a coup, kind of became the grand poobah of that organization in
and if you get a sense of like the grand scale of the deception, that's the only way it could have been. You had to invert the very, very things that you were seeing, and with that, and with those mystic dark arts, and like as you spend more time with it, you realize that that's the only way they could do it. They had to invert the very things that you're looking at. A, B, they had to deceive you on multiple levels. That includes like power couples with a wife that's probably a man, or this and that, or the other thing. This is what Baal is. This is what as above, so below is. It's a perverted position or a perverted observation of the world. And I think some of that, and this is just me coming in here right now saying like, this is just what I'm learning right now, because I've never known about this shit, but like, this is in their world. It's in their world. It's what they do. It doesn't matter whether or not you agree with it or not, or whatever the fuck you're getting up to. This is what they do. They do this. And so if they do this, we have to understand what what it is that they do so that we can counter it. And this has been a very, very long fight. Say 100 years, you know, at this point in time, but maybe 1,000, depending on how you want to look at it. But like, this is deception at its deception 101. I mean, if you look at those pictures, if you look at that, if you look at a split picture and you look at Barbara Bush, it's kind of hard to walk away from that thing. It's kind of hard, you know, if you actually have the eyes to see. You know, it's hard to not see Michael LaVaughn Robinson as a looks like.
Oh, fuck.
You got one?
I just thought of something. I was looking, I put this comment up here, right? And I remembered this somebody saying the name Beyonce, because I was always fucking around calling her.
It's Turkish. It's Turkish for boy.
Boy once.
Yes. It's Turkish
boy once.
And that's going to be a hard one for people that love. Yeah. It's going to be hard for like people that like are fans of Beyonce and fans of yeah, but this is what we're up against. They put it right in front of you. They say the word. Because they're free of their karmic responsibility. And that's what happens. And like it took me years to understand this shit. And if you're not brought up in this, or if you're not like given some of this information, you don't understand how they conduct their religion. And you know, you can look at the thing that's on the screen right now. Like
look at they're actually making everyone else complicit into this too. Okay?
Yes, they're asking for your agreement.
Well, they're not even asking. You're just doing it. Okay. Yeah. You're going to places that, did you know there's only one state in the United States that it's illegal to have human meat and human DNA in the meat? And that's Idaho. Idaho is the only state out of all 50 states in the United States that's illegal. Everywhere else it's possible. Now we've heard Rabbi Finkelstein talking about the sacrificed little ones are taken off and made into sausage, and they laugh because the goy are eating their own children, right?
Right.
So I don't know. They found human DNA in the McDonald's meat. They found it in the Taco Bell meat. I have to look at the fact that I never see any new cemeteries open up. I'm wondering where the fuck all the dead people are going.
Right.
Okay. And I'm seeing not only that, they found that they was putting. Who's doing that?
I have no idea. Ryan's muted, so like somebody's coming in here and doing.
It was me. Come on.
Yeah, don't do that. That's irritating.
Yeah, don't do that. I thought he was muted, but anyway, go ahead. What were you saying?
I mean, I've heard where there was putting blood plasma in some of these chemtrails, even. And they're again getting us to ingest human blood. They even get us into their own little bullshit without us knowing. Participating in their rituals by giving them ultimate viewership at the Super Bowl for the halftime shows and for the Olympics, for those satanic rituals that they put right out there in front of your face and shit. And it's working, Lowry and Ryan. It is working. Look at the crazies that we got out in the fucking world. Check this guy out on an airplane. Watch this guy.
It might be fun in the sack.
Now, sit down now. You can't hold us. We're not on the ground, sir. Yes, we are.
This motherfucker's arguing that he wants to get off the plane, arguing that they're on the ground. And the pilot's like, no, man, we're not on the ground. Go sit back down.
Sit. Is anyone else get up? Sit. God. Sit.
It's like a babysitting situation.
Really?
Sorry, folks, but that's what they think of America.
And if you get a situation like what I've noticed, I've done some flying in the last couple of months, and being on an airplane is like babysitting a bunch of babies.
Oh my God.
You know, and now we flew Spirit, which like, but our Nicole and I's favorite thing is to say, hey, why fly Spirit when you can drive? We did fly it because it was cheap, but like it's literally like babysitting grown adults who apparently cannot get their shit figured out. Right. And like, I think that goes back to what we're talking about. And I think this is really important as we're boiling it down, is like, we're trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you have an entire generation that can't think for themselves. And they're on airplanes, they're on trains, they're on things. And you're like, are you fucking serious, dude? Are you fucking serious? Are you going to have a fucking shit show, shit fit on yourself in front of grown adults when we're just trying to get to a place? We're just trying to get to a place and get off and not die on this airplane. And this shit happens. I am probably more often than not, you know, depending on how many people like put this footage up on, you know, say YouTube. But like, I mean, being based or being of common sense disposition, right? We're in a battle with that. There's a whole bunch of us that are based and we have common sense. And there's a whole generation after that that have no idea what the fuck that even means. And I'm being serious about that. They don't know what it is about what it is to have common sense. Unlike my grandparents sort of raised me up in that. My parents were kind of a little bit more boomery and not as great at introducing common sense. But my grandparents did. And then I was able to take that. And I've been watching this shit unfold over the course of 20 years. And I'm like, dude, you know, like everyone's like common sense. Do you want to die? Do you want to die on an airplane? Do you want someone to punch you out on the airplane? Do you want to, I don't know, get to your destination and have the experience that you wanted to have when you arrived? But there's an entire generation that just, it's all the moment. It's just right in the moment. Whether if their iPad is not telling them the truth, if their phone is not telling them the truth, they fucking freak out. And it sucks. It sucks that they can't fucking figure this shit out.
Look at this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look at this.
Beyond, but boy.
Yeah, look, and that's a picture of him young. They get him started young. Now, if you notice, Jaden Smith started wearing a dress.
Mm-hmm.
He was wearing a dress too, and about that same age. Here's this young boy wearing a dress too. It's like, what the fuck is going on? But I wanted to touch back on some shit you were saying about, like, you know, we're here to do this, that, and the other. This is a clip. I wish I could find the movie because this is great. I sent it to you. I don't know if you ever got a chance to look at it or not. But this is apparently this guy is dead and he's in the afterlife, so to speak. And it's like a reincarnation trap video. So check this out to make you think.
A boy or a girl? No, I don't want to be reborn at all. I want to go home right now, just as I am. Well, that's impossible. You're between bodies right now. Look, you're a soul, a spirit. I'm telling you right now, the only way to get back is to be reborn. Is that a problem with that? I guess not. Well, as I was saying, boy or girl? Boy. Okay, there's an Eskimo woman about to give birth. No, I don't want to be an Eskimo. Son of an African chief, you'll inherit 10 wives on your 16th. No, I have a wife. Situation, Rodeo Drive, Beverly Hills, great location. No, East Coast, okay? East Coast. Who am I trust fund? How we can get you there in 3 months? Can't wait. You're really in a hurry, huh? Yeah. Okay, here comes Cleveland. It's about the closest thing I've got to Washington. There's a woman about to deliver there, Marlene Finch. Fine. Her husband's name is Roger, who's an elk. Great. He owns a first-class bike. I'll take it. Oh, okay. Oh, she's going into labor. You better hurry. How we recognize each other? Don't worry. Go, go, go. No. Whoa! Whoa! Wait a minute! I forgot! You're shot! You got it! You need it! Oh, you got it.
Omar? What happened?
He had to run.
He had to run. And what, Omar? And what? And you? Forgot to give him his inoculation. Omar, he can't go through life without that.
Shelly, please.
What if he remembers?
Want to be reborn a boy or a girl?
Yeah, it's like
what if he remembers? And I've said that before. I was like, what if it's like you get okay, you want to go back, you can, you'll have an opportunity to be able to do things right, and the things you did wrong, you won't do them, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then you go, yeah, that's cool, I'll do it. And they say, all right, well, there's the catch though. You have to do it with total amnesia.
Yeah,
It's
you
like,
have to complete memory blank and then go down here. And I will say philosophically, from my position, that I kind of tend to I tend to roll with that thing, is that we're in a human situation here. But we for lack of a better term, we a lot of the people in the community, sorry, everybody out there calls it community, okay, whatever. We suddenly woke up kind of halfway through our little joystick dream in this little thing and I'm not calling it a simulation. I don't like that term. I don't like it. And I won't like it. I think this is something that we chose to do, and we're here to talk about it, yeah, play.
No, I can't. It's not a play. It's just a screenshot.
But what I'm saying is, like,
If I Were a Boy by Beyonce. What a name.
Yeah, which is very curious, right? And so, like, you have, it's really important for all of us to understand that there is a religion that we don't understand, and that they're making it very clear what this religion is. They're making it very clear for everybody to see. So, what I don't do, I didn't come up in church. I believe in something greater than this whole thing, and this is a little thing that we're going through. But, like, understanding their religion is really important, I think, in this. Call it a fight or call it a dance. We're dancing with a religion that we don't understand, and once you start to look at it, you start to look at the stretch of this religion that they show, and they're pretty much being very clearly, this is how we do it. If we understand that, we can also express our position, which, like, for me, I'm looking at this as like, dude, I'm looking for all the good people out there. I'm looking for all the amazing motherfuckers out there that are dealing with the truth really well and dealing with it and trying to land this plane, as it were. And we got this crazy other fucking religion out there, which flips gender, which flips fucking everything. And they
it's
believe
inversion. Well, it's Luciferianism, at the very least, a total inversion of everything.
They deal in blood economy.
Well, it's not just that. Think about this. Everything is the opposite of what they present. Okay. Yes. You see this huge on the left, which I think is strongly influenced by communism, i.e. Talmud, i.e. Satan. That you see this projection tactic used all the time, accusing the other side or what are the other perceived side of doing what you're doing yourself. Okay. And they keep doing this. They keep doing it. I see this often. And
every day.
Inversion. The earth, even up to, the earth is a small, insignificant speck that goes around this magnificently huge sun, which is really small in comparison to everything. This total inversion. It's not. The earth is huge, much bigger than we've been told or even know, because that's why our maps and shit don't fucking work out. It's much bigger than we've been told. The sun is much smaller than we've been told. It's much closer than we've been told. They have healthcare industry that completely destroys the health. We have an education system that destroys knowledge and the brain. We have spiritual institutions that destroy the spirit. Everything is the fucking opposite of what it is proposed to be. Yes. Federal Reserve is not even federal, and it has no fucking reserve.
Yeah, and you have to ask yourself the ultimate question rolling into this. It's like, really, it's like, it's like, what is it to escape being a slave, especially up here? In other words, you're inside your brain. You know, I think like I personally, in my personal position, I think that the movie The Truman Show was it was a karmic they addressed their karmic position to tell you exactly what's going on here. And what we have here is a lot of people will fight you. They'll fight you about like, okay, so what if there is like land and more people outside of the ring? The ring.
You wouldn't even have to do that, Lowry. Look at the vast area of the South Pacific and look into everything that went into to discerning where the meridians were to lie below the or south of the equator. There's a whole fucking can of worms right there. But just think about a landmass the size of Colorado in the South Pacific. You could have a complete breakaway civilization there, completely hidden away from everyone. Nobody goes the fuck there. There's nothing there, right?
Yeah.
There's no reason to go there.
Well,
it's not on any destination or
most
anything.
people don't leave their hometown. Like how many people you know that don't leave the very single places they've been for their whole 40, 50,
But
60.
hey, shipping routes are tightly controlled. Flight routes are tightly controlled. And you look at the map, you look at whether you want to look at it on a ball or whether you want to look at it on a flat area. If you had a landmass the size of Colorado, which is huge, think about how many cities are there in the state of Colorado. It's as big as some European countries.
Yeah, it's big.
So you could have something like that there in the middle of the Pacific, a breakaway civilization of nothing but these fucking weirdos. This is where they go. That's like where Epstein went. This is where all these motherfuckers end up going to, you know, that we're completely unaware of. It doesn't have to be out beyond Antarctica at all.
No.
They can hide land right here in our known world because we don't know the world. And like what you were saying with this learning about this shit. And here's the thing when it comes to all of this. And I want to say this is mostly for my new people, and this is going to sound like a really fucked up thing to say. But everything you know, forget it because you didn't really know it. 90% of what you think you know is shit that was told to you, and you believe it. Make yourself a list one day. On one side, put belief. On the other side, put known fact. And when anything comes up, put over there whether it's something you believe or whether you concretely know it to be fact. And you have to discern how you know it to be fact. Because in this deceptive world we live in, you have to question every fucking thing. Everything.
Yes. And you have to walk it back all the way back to that little moment in kindergarten or first grade where somebody put something in front of you. And that's indoctrination. And escaping indoctrination is a very, very difficult task. Once you do, you can also now go out and look around at other parts of the world and be like, wow, that's kind of weird. They think this way. That's weird. They think this way. That's weird. They think this way. And it really, I mean, that's what it is. The indoctrination started when you were in kindergarten, first grade. And then if you can get outside of that and you can walk around and literally look at the world again and look at it with a fresh frame of reference, you're going to get some really cool ass shit. And does that mean you're going to grow wings and fly around? No. You know, but what it will do is it's going to let you go out.
You know what it will do? It'll make you start thinking about why can't I?
Exactly.
Why can't I? And then you'll come to some realities, man. I think one of the things we've done is we've taken away outside play for children. They don't really play outside. They spend most of their time either in a classroom, being indoctrinated, or on some kind of an electronic device of some sort or another, having entertainment provided for them.
Yeah, and kids need to go. Kids need to go out and play.
Dude, when I was a kid, we did shit right now. We were doing shit outside that would make mothers of today have literal fucking heart attacks. Okay? I remember setting up ramps and having competitions. Who can jump over the furthest, most amount of garbage cans and shit like that?
Dude, I jumped out of trees onto trampolines into swimming pools.
Sure,
that's what I did when I was a kid. I'm gonna jump down out of a tree into a trampoline into a swimming pool.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
and so
through
these things, yeah. Did you ever wipe out? Fuck yeah.
Oh, fuck
Did you
yeah,
ever
dude.
miss? Fuck yeah. And you know what? You learned from it. You learned,
yeah,
like, oh wow, okay. And really, even though you didn't have a bunch of equations and shit in your head and a bunch of old dead people's names, you figured out the physics of what you were doing. Like, we figured if you increase the jump height too much, you're going to lose distance on. I mean, rudimentary things, but you learned a lot from doing this shit.
Yeah, like you fly off that trampoline. I would jump from the top of a tree, hit a trampoline, then I would hit a fence and roll around the grass. I was like, fuck, that was hard.
This is why they can float the fucking Mr. Miyagi catching a fly rocket landing. You remember when Mr. Miyagi caught the fly with the fucking chopsticks and everyone said, oh, come on, fuck that. There ain't no way anybody can do that, right? Yet now today, you got people watching a rocket come down and some Mecha Godzilla grabbing a hold of it and they're believing it. They're believing it. They're not looking at this thing tilted over like this with no flight control surfaces on it whatsoever and not knowing what it would take to write that thing and keep it so that it was like this because it's a top-heavy goddamn object. None of them, nope. They're going to believe it because they saw it on a goddamn screen and their whole idea of what can happen in reality was given to them off TV. These are people that believe that lead bullets are going to make sparks on when they hit the ground. These are people that think, I mean, it just blows me away that the shit people will believe because they see it on a screen. They've never done anything in their life that would require activity.
Yeah, and I think what's more important even to that is like once you reach out and touch reality, and you feel it, you feel what that is. If you feel what it feels like to say sail down a river on a kayak, or if you get hit by somebody punches you in the face, if you jump off a 1-story, 2-story like mountain into a water base, if you don't do that for yourself, you don't know what that feels like, and you don't know how to react to the reality that we're in. And like I think, and I'm speaking out here right now. I think Gen X and before, like our parents let us go out there and ride bikes and set up ramps and jump, and we would crash out. If I just even tracked how many times I was injured when I was like 7, 8, 9, and I'm like, but I still survived. I didn't break a leg, whatever. I mean, how many times that happened to me? I was like, okay, I can survive this.
Sure. Chicks dig scars, man. That's the whole thing. If you were cool, I mean, when the kid that wrecked his bike, the kid that wrecked his bike trying to break your record on the jump. Are you kidding me? When he came back and had that cast on his arm, he was a fucking hero. We looked at Evel Knievel as a fucking hero and shit.
Yeah.
We all wanted to be stunt drivers and motorcycle, all that. We wanted to do that shit when we were kids.
Yeah. I mean, my parents wouldn't even give me a 4-wheeler because they were like, dude, you're going to kill yourself. But I was still like getting on other people's 4-wheelers. I was just like, nope. Okay. If you're going to buy me one, I'm going to fucking get on this one over here and raise hell. And like the thing about it is, it's like when you apply that sort of physical, nonsense to thinking into the future, what happens is you have a giant generation of us basically saying, I'm not afraid of shit. What are you going to show me? What are you going to show me about this thing? And it applies, and dude, Saab, it applies to fucking our cosmology. It applies to fucking politics. It applies to everything. Because like once you can understand and talk about, I don't know, ambulating around this realm and doing stuff, nothing touches you. Nothing.
Hey, hold up. I'm listening to you. Keep going for a minute. I'm listening. keep it going. I'm gonna take a leak real quick. I'm listening though. I can hear you.
Yeah. So, but the point is like we're in a place now where, you know, we a giant generation of people, probably born between the mid 70s, the mid 80s. I'm not saying we're not the ones here doing it, but what I'm saying is that we have the capacity to walk through a forest. I don't care how many bugs bite you, and you're like still a badass after you get through it. And I think maybe that's why, like a lot of the people that are exploring the FA stuff, that you know, it's like, well, what's observable? What is observable? What do my eyes see? My eyes see, I don't know, flat water. You know, and then how do you reconcile flat water versus undescribable phenomena in the sky?
Yeah.
And I think that's really important, because I think that's the crux of the conversation. And I think that's the crux of, I think it's the loggerhead. Okay. So we're gonna have this big fight here in December, and they're gonna make a big story about some shit that happens in the sky. I'm like, yeah, but I still have fucking 79 or 70,000 miles worth of flat water around that I can't fucking get around. And you're going to tell me because I can see a sun swerving a different way over there, that means that all the flat water observations are shit.
Listen, here's the thing. What I said. Here's what I said about that dumb shit too. Think about if the Earth was much bigger than what we think. Those observations are now something, you know, okay. But in any case, there's only a shit show if we allow it to be a shit show. Okay?
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck what happens down in Antarctica. I really don't. It's going to be interesting, to say the least. But I really don't give a shit, because that's not, I am always one of those people. If I want to know if my grass needs to be cut, I don't go look at my neighbor's roof.
Yeah.
Okay? It's that simple. I don't look up into the air to see if there's what my ground looks like.
Makes
That's just dumb.
No shit at all. It makes no shit at all. It's just, it's so dumb and stupid. And you're like, and you know, what do you like what we're now? We're at a point where you've got basically a media mechanism that will use the easiest pinpoint of a headline to put out there. And I'm like, I have never been south of the 60th parallel. I have no idea what it is. No idea. I have no idea what happens down there. But like, we got two fantastic guys going down there that I trust to no end, to at least look at it, observe it, give me the fucking data, bring it back to me. It ain't going to change nothing about 100 trillion miles worth of flat earth water on this thing. It's not going to change that. So I'm like, you know, it's like you go through these arguments. It's
not going to make level curved. It's not going to suddenly make it possible to have air pressure without containment. It's not going to suddenly make water adhere to the outside of an object. None of that is going to suddenly be true now because of what you think you may or may not have seen in the fucking sky.
Yeah.
There it is.
Sky, land.
Right.
Land, we're very good on the land. Sky, we're working on it.
Right.
Land, we've got a mountain of evidence about land and water and flatness. Sky, we're working on it. And
so you want to see something funny?
Yeah, go for it.
You want to see something funny? Did you watch the series Game of Thrones?
I watched like the 1 season or 2 seasons, and then I kind of got bored of it after that. But yeah, go.
I found this was funny as shit. This is a trailer park redneck Game of Thrones. You're gonna love this.
Okay.
Down Western Holloway, the country folk plotting. It's king of the porch, but his seat's getting hot. John's a half son, his roots kind of cross, since dreaming of a man whose teeth ain't all lost. Ari's in the yard swinging knives at a tree, and Bran's rolling round since he fell from that old TV. Out in Wester Hollow where the trailers lay, the Lannisters and Starks all fight every day. Everybody's related in this tangled up scene. King of the trailer park, that's the redneck dream.
Oh yeah.
Cersei's in the yard winking at her kin. Jamie's with his sister and it ain't no sin. Tyrion's small as a stump, but drinks like a mule. He's guzzling down beer while y'all act the fool. Towels pulling strings, scheming in the dark. The mountains crushing folks, just tearing them apart. Out in Wester Hollow where the trailers lay, the Lannisters and Starks all fight every day. Everybody's related in this tangled up scene. King of the trailer park, that's the redneck dream. Joffrey's barking orders, making folks kneel, but the holler's got eyes and his fate's sealed. Little fingers pimping girls, dealing in the shade. Varys hears it all, but silence gets him paid. Daenerys rolls up slow with gators by her side. Swamp Queen's in charge and she's ready to ride. Out in Wester Hollow where the trailers lay, the Lannisters and Starks all fight every day. Everybody's related in this tangled up scene. King of the trailer park, that's the redneck dream. Stannis holding tight, claiming he's the king, but down in the holler no one cares about a thing. Melisandre's lighting candles, preaching real odd, while Jon's still wondering if he's even Ned's squad. Hodor's just holding the door, bless his simple brain, but in the game of trailers only the ruthless remain. Out in Wester Hollow where the trailers lay, the Lannisters and Starks all fight every day. Everybody's related in this tangled up scene. King of the trailer park, that's the redneck dream.
That's fucking gold.
I thought that was pretty good. Oh, look, we have Noelle is backstage. Let's bring Noelle up. Noelle's very polite. She says, "Excuse me," all the time. Hello,
Hi,
Noelle.
how are you? Yes, good. I love that song. It's catchy.
It's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, it's a game of rednecks is what that's called.
Yeah, I mean, did you guys ever get into the Trailer Park Boys? I was like, I had a soft spot for it. It was like the Canadians that did the whole series. They were living in a trailer park. I think it's Trailer Park Boys. I think it is. It was so like heartwarming and funny and hilarious. Do you know about it?
I've heard of it. I've never watched it.
It's worth a look, just because it's just, you know, it's going back down to like people that don't have anything.
Yeah.
But the humor is like really, really, really like spot on. And a lot of the cats that are in the show are actually, like, I think there's a couple of people that are in indie rock bands. You know, but like I came up in, you know, before I moved to New York City, I came up in Kansas, and I grew up around a trailer park, you know, and grew up around relatively poor people.
I think they cause tornadoes.
You think trailer parks cause tornadoes?
Yeah.
They kind of attract each other.
They do. They do.
Right.
Like, fucking things make a beeline right for the trailer park, man. Every time.
Yeah, that's so cool. Noelle, how are you?
I'm doing good. And what's that song called?
It's let me Game of Rednecks or something like that. Yeah, I'm way gone from it now. It's hard. I was going to ask you, Laurie, somebody asked the devil what his favorite campaign is. What do you think it is?
The devil's favorite campaign?
Yeah.
I feel like it's a trick question. Oh, shit. I don't know. It has to be something socialist. Oh, let's look at it.
This half of the world to not only accept sin, but to celebrate it. Do you know what has been my most enjoyable pride campaign to date?
No, what?
Well, my gay pride campaign, of course. Not only do I get the chance to promote your own self-destruction, I get to use God's logo, the rainbow, to do it. Love is love, right? My plan not only prevents you worthless humans from reproducing, it distorts the gender roles and allow me to bring all types of chaos and confusion upon your pathetic societies. It's been so successful, I've got men convinced they're women, and women convinced they're men, and some convinced they're no gender at all. And I've got 2 more Pride Initiative campaigns I'd like to introduce in the near future. And second is pedophilia pride. Now, society might not be ready for this one just yet, so we'll hold off. I convinced half of the world to not only accept.
Well, I remember watching that. Actually, I'm like, what? I was like, what's going on here? What's going on? But like,
yeah.
By the way, the gentleman with a white T-shirt on, also the gentleman with a red and black shirt on. I'm just rolling a cigarette, you know. I'm not smoking weed or anything. I'm just smoking, rolling tobacco.
Cool. I'm smoking weed.
Yeah, my brother. Well, that's okay. That's okay with me, son.
So,
you know what I think about you? You know, maybe I go around with StreamYards and things, and maybe on YouTube. You were the first gentleman tonight that's let me on StreamYard to be normal, you know, and I do appreciate that.
To be normal. Define normal. That's what is that subjective? I mean, you know, I've often
I guess maybe when you come to define normal.
Think about this concept, Jimmy. If you was born in an insane asylum, right? And being brought up in an insane asylum, that would be normal to you, right? That
I guess
would be
maybe
normal.
it could be if you only seeing that in your own environment.
Well, yeah, that's the only environment you'd ever known, right? Well, here's the kicker. You were born into a fucking insane asylum, and it does seem normal to people. But, you know, I've seen throughout the window. I've seen through the window.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's gotta be like this, man. It ain't gotta be like this. I mean, they've
it's
conned
good to feel
people
outside
left
of
and right.
whatever you were, you know.
I mean, they really have. They
You know what is that? I think I like you for being real and letting me on the stream, and maybe, you know, that's great.
Well, that's why I can't get monetized, man. It's because I'm too real. I really am. It is. They said that I talk about controversial subjects and that can harm people.
I mean, yeah, you know what? Fuck YouTube.
I'm like, what the fuck is that? I mean, what do you mean? I would love to see that. I would love to see that on a death certificate. Cause of death, controversial issues. Oh my God, jeez.
They not want to go and kick and maybe make some cash or maybe make some for yourself, or do you want to stay on YouTube? You know, just like that.
Yeah, I'm not really that worried about it. I just want to, if I can make one person break the chains of their own mind, I've done my job. Because they're going to want to help other people break those chains that their minds are.
How old are you, Sean?
I'm 59.
Well, I'm 61, so I guess I'm a little bit older than you, you know?
Yeah, just a little bit.
So I guess maybe we come from the same place, and like the 1980s was our, like, we were in our prime in the 1980s. So I guess maybe you come from the same place from where I come from.
Yeah. We didn't come from bubble wrap world. These people getting brought up now have been brought up in bubble wrap world. Got to make everything fucking safe. Everything got to be safe. Got to be safe. You know, and it's like got to put these little plastic plugs in the wall so kids won't.
You can't say real things to people now because everybody's fixing burgers.
Motherfucker, you know, you get told that, you know, hey, don't put something in there because you're gonna get shocked. And you know, a lot of times people stand back, let him put the fork in this fucking socket and he'll learn. I bet you won't do it again. You know, I mean, that's basically it. That you were allowed to fail. You were allowed to
fail. People knew, like me and you knew in the 90s, how the world was innocent, and the music, the movies that came out of the United States and England, people would have different feelings today, you know.
Oh
The
yeah.
music from the United States and England in the 1980s was the best music you could ever listen to. It was just a great time to be around, you know.
I heard somebody talking about that there might have been some kind of a memory thing that happened to people in the 80s. And that's why there's so many people stuck on the nostalgia of the 80s and like the 80s music and shit.
Yeah, why? You know, really seriously, what it was is the 80s was really a brilliant time.
It was.
And so was the 90s and so was the early 2000s. But towards the end of the 2000s, music died on its ass. And I feel sorry for the young people that did because they didn't have any good music to listen to, you know?
It all became computerized bullshit.
Yep, exactly.
It really did. And there's nobody got to have any talent. You know, you just go to some party, let Diddy put you in the butt, and then say a poem, and they'll do all the rest.
It's like a love song a long time ago, you know, and it was by a group called Buggles. It was called "That You Killed the Radio Star."
Yeah. That was the very first video on MTV.
Exactly. And I fucked it. So
you want to see the cutest thing I've seen all day?
Go on.
This is sweet. Watch this.
I saw this.
I thought that I had fallen in love with you, but it was only puppy love. Only puppy love. Puppy love. I thought that my love for you was really true, but it was only puppy love.
See, that little guy knows what's up, man.
By the way, son, and I did not mean to be rude, but maybe a dog having a shit is something I don't love, and I guess you're a weird individual.
It wasn't really the act itself.
Well, my motherfucker, it really is weird when you shit a puppy having a shit.
Yeah, but look at where he shit.
Nah,
That's what's important.
I don't wish to look at nothing, son. That is really sad, really, isn't it? When you playing a dog having a shit.
Yeah, but it's not. Wait, did you notice where he was having it? Did you see
that
where
is
he
something
was
I
having
would not think about? You know, a dog having a shit and playing that on video. Come on, son.
All right, wait. Perhaps you missed.
I guess maybe I'm gonna leave. Okay. Bye bye. Have a nice day.
All right. See you later.
And try not to play dogs having a shit. Okay.
Hey, how about that right there? You like that?
Yeah, fuck up, son. Fuck up, my nigga.
There you
Hey,
go.
let's. I want to. Probably most of your viewers already saw this, but let's. I want to show this one too.
Charlie Kirk. Oh, I probably
yeah,
saw this.
yeah. Let's play this. Let's play this, and I'm going to play this.
Oh God, yeah.
Everybody out there,
your volume up.
Turn your volume up because the volume is low. I'm going to mute before I play it, and then just I'm going to play it a couple times. Just tell me what you think about this.
Hang on, before you play it. Did you see everything was fucking hunky dory until you treaded on the verboten subject?
Yeah,
because that dog crapped on a certain flag. That guy got bent out of fucking shape. It wasn't because the dog was taking a dump. It was because of the Israeli flag.
Yeah. Then that makes
how conditioned people are.
And I think also like we should be very careful on our words. And what I say is like, it's Zionist, and we need to talk about Zionists.
I'll show you something here in a minute. Go ahead and play your clip. Everybody, turn your thing down at home, or turn your volume up. So
I'm gonna mute mine so I can turn it up louder because it's just kind of whatever. I'll play this and then let's see.
And I'll show you something about that.
Okay, so this just came up yesterday, and I'm really curious about this. This is like really weird to me. I don't know why. This just came out, and they just went on.
It's Charlie Kirk and Vivek Ramaswamy, and they were doing they've been going to college campuses. Charlie Kirk has, and doing these sit downs and talking with different students.
Yeah,
and
this was weird. It was weird,
and she was like a complete believer in everything CNN has to offer. And it was really interesting. So listen closely what Vivek says, and Charlie follows up. You'll have to bring that back to the beginning.
And I'll run it a couple times just so that you can hear it. But like I would suggest turning up your volume so that you can hear this because it's very low. Here we go. And
in charge gets to determine what is right or wrong. That is what Orwell wrote about.
When it comes to medical and scientific things like that, it should be.
They were wrong about everything. They were wrong about 6 feet to slow the spread. They were wrong about the vaccine, safe and effective. They were
wrong about whether the Earth revolves around the sun.
Uh-oh.
Heliocentric theory.
Okay. Do you guys catch that? Here we go again. Let's go back. I'm gonna play this again because the way this was slipped in was very curious to me. So let's go again.
Wrong with the vaccine, safe and effective. They were wrong about whether the Earth revolves around the sun. By the way, heliocentric theory.
Man, to me, it's out there now, and now how do we? Well, what are we supposed to do with that? And like, is it a setup? Is it a Is it I don't know, but the thing about it is,
I talked to Vivek on a stream, and I can't remember whose stream it was, but I talked to Vivek, and he was not real receptive at the time because I brought up flat Earth. He was not real, and this was like earlier in the year, so I think there may have been some seeds planted that he's might have thought of.
It was curious.
That's a curious ass thing to say. You're absolutely right.
Yeah,
and
like when they say something like that, like I always expect the setup. You know, I always expect that because I just know how the horror media works. I know how they work, and they flip it, spin it, and so like, to me, this is very deep in the heart of the call it the Great Awakening or call it the Enlightening. Or call it moving into the age of Aquarius or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Doesn't matter. There's people out there talking about this thing now. And other than your own spiritual journey, which is yours and yours alone to have, this is the big one. And once you get your arms around FE, everything else starts to stretch out. You don't even think about the other ones. You don't think about the other things you've been worried about, nuclear weapons, fucking space, fucking everything. All that shit goes away once you get through the FE thing. But you have to do it on your own terms, and you have to do it so you can get your own. And like I think this is really important topic. You have to get
nobody can make you. The thing is I can give you information. I can show you why the shit that the globe doesn't work. Okay. Yeah. I can point you into all the directions of everything that you need in order to realize that you're not on a globe, but you have to come to that realization yourself.
Yeah. Okay? And you don't get the fruits of the labor unless you do. That's the most important thing. It's like for everybody out there, you have to go through the nonsense that a lot of us did. We didn't come up with any new material.
The best way to go into it really is go into it without a dog in the fight.
Yes.
Okay. And I think there's a lot of people that really aren't sure that are able to do that. They're not sure one way or the other. And they're more able to receive the information easier than the people that have hardcore been really brainwashed into it. And it's not your fault. You know, I mean, we take it as a slap on our pride. Oh, what do you mean I was brainwashed? I was fooled? Why, I'm much too smart and savvy to have had that done to me. No, you're not. No, you're not. Everybody's got it. Okay, everybody got it. This is why they showed you that shit even when you was at the youngest age that you can think of. The first time you went to school, they showed you a globe, and chances are you saw one prior to that when mom was watching her soap operas before you went to school as the world turned. Or went to your movie theater and saw the Universal or the cable truck pulled up in your driveway with a picture of a fucking globe on the side of it. It's pushed at you continuously. And the only evidence of a globe that anybody has is what they've been told.
Yeah,
that's it.
And it's indoctrination. And this is the kind of, I think, probably the most powerful thing that we can impart, you know, because once this actually this thing actually goes out to everybody, then we can just start being our normal persons again. And like, I will go through, I've got one here that is the Universal Pictures in Hollywood.
Yeah.
Way before
the 20s.
Way before
in
the
20s. They used to have one where it was this globe, and it had a fucking little airplane that went around it. And you even go back and look at RKO radio pictures. RKO radio pictures had this antenna on a globe.
Yeah. And I think it's really important. It's important for like even newbies coming into this thing. And like, I'm going to pull this.
Real quick, I was going to do this thing about what we were just talking about a minute ago. That guy got really bent because, see, this is people say, oh, that 6-pointed star, man. That's a religious thing. That's the symbol of Judaism. No, the fuck it is. It is not.
Yeah.
It is not.
I mean, yeah, show that. And I've got something back. Yeah, go ahead.
What is that? I mean, look at that. What is the Star of David? Is there a Star of David in the Bible? What is this?
There actually is. It's the Seal of Solomon.
Everybody just accepts that this star represents Judaism. This is the Star of the Jews. This is the Star of David. No Jew in the time of Jesus would have seen such a symbol. It was only in the 1600s in the city of Prague that star started to become this distinctive symbol for Jews. And now today, it's everywhere. In the Acts of the Apostles, Stephen preaches that, quote, ye took up the tabernacle of Moloch and the star of your god Remphan, figures which ye made to worship them, and I will carry you away beyond Babylon.
The only time you have any mention in the Bible of the children of Israel using a star as a banner or taking up a star as a symbol, it is a false god. It's part of their pagan satanic worship of Moloch or Remphan. They took up the star of their god Remphan. God never gave them this and said, use this. It makes more sense that it has to do with Remphan than the God of the Bible, since God never prescribed this.
Well, Remphan being not God would then be a false god.
Well, absolutely. The so-called Star of David is, of course, a satanic symbol because Judaism is a satanic religion. I don't care what symbol Judaism uses to represent itself. That's a satanic symbol.
Yeah, and here's another thing. It's really important to understand this. It's
What is that?
In the length of indoctrination, which you have is you have generations of things, what we're thinking about. This is what's really important about the one I was going to share with you, Sav. It's in the backstage if you want to add it. I have done, just a timeline search, and I think a lot of people in this whole thing have done the same timeline search, which is how did they know it was a globe before we left this place that is the place that we walk around on?
Aaron Krusty Knees.
I mean, that's where we're at, right? So, like, this is what we do in this thing. It's like, if you're on a long enough timeline and you can create a long enough propaganda line, you can create an idea of a place that you're walking around on over the course of generations. And this, to me, kind of tells you sort of what you want to see in this. Okay, so are we up, Sob?
Yeah, it's up there, man.
Go. And let me know if you hear sound.
Yeah, I heard it.
Stop like that. What are you supposed to do with this shit? Like people putting things up on. I mean, you're looking at 100 years of indoctrination through film of a spherical notion, which appears to me, and I'll just say it straight up, it appears to me as a spell. Okay, and that happened before anyone ever had enough altitude to know that it was a sphere, right? So this is the very, very simple thing of inversion. All right. You take something that is your natural reality that you're walking around in, and you curve it. You create fences around something where you don't even have to do a fence. You just curve it around itself, and you can't go outside of it. What that lends itself to believe, guys, is that there's either more land out there and there's more people out there living out there, or it's enclosed, or fuck all. Who cares? But it's not about the fucking shape of it. It's about the fucking lie. And that shit pisses me off because I think it fucked a lot of us who are just here trying to figure out where the fuck we're at. And they did that shit. They did it. And I need people to get pissed off about that out there because it's bullshit. It's bullshit. And anytime someone tries to wrap around your own reality to fucking mind fuck you, you need to get pissed. And that's just me. And I will do this forever. The data is there. It ain't what they said it was. You're not spinning around on a spinny water ball.
Well, first, I think the most important thing is don't let it become an emotional issue.
All right, you're right.
Don't.
You're right.
I mean, it's useless. No reason for it. None.
I get it.
This is why globies get emotional, is because it's due to the cognitive dissonance of having their weak belief system challenged. This is and it's their reactions of these flat Earth haters, their reactions in public.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's like
created more flat earthers than you can believe.
Yeah, and but you can. Escaping your indoctrination is easier than you think it is.
111.
111. Nicole says 111.
Nice.
I'm saying like it's not really that difficult. If you go back into the propaganda long enough over the course of a long enough script, we got it. We figured it out. Okay. It's flat in some version of flatness. I don't fucking know exactly what it looks like, but I'm certain that water does not curve. I'm certain that there's fucking something outside of the continental ring that we don't understand. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows what's coming out of there? I have no idea. But what? Here we are.
You can theorize all over the place. Bottom line is this. The positive claim is that of a physically and scientifically impossible globe that resides in an impossible place. I stick to what I can actually prove. Now, it's nice. I can speculate. Are there lands beyond out? Yeah, probably there could be. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't
There's
know.
probably lands right here within our known, supposed quote unquote known Earth.
Shit out in the Pacific Ocean that we don't even know about. I mean,
Right. That's what I'm saying. You could hide an entire fucking country in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, and nobody would ever know it was there. So there's that aspect of it. I mean, we got reports of Bird, but Bird was a fucking Mason. I don't know. Was he telling the truth?
Yeah, that one's straight. That's a slippery slope. I mean,
yeah, it is. So what do I know? I know that what I observe and what I experience appears to be a stationary level topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. The reason I can confidently say contained without having to show you the physical container is that it is impossible to have gas pressure without containment. There is no way to have any volume of gases without a containment. Okay, that's that. So the positive claim is of a globe, which must be proven, and so far has become lacking. This is why Globers always want to reverse the burden of proof. They want to say, well, prove it's flat, and then explain to you why it's not, or what you're seeing is something other than what you're seeing. Okay, that's their whole trick. Once you lay it in their lab, convince me that it's a globe. I don't have to convince you it's flat. Look around you. Of course it fucking is.
Yeah, the burden of proof is in their ass.
Exactly.
The burden of proof is exactly on them. And like, we've been having this fight for, this whole Antarctica thing or whatever. My position is so fucking simple. I've got a mountain of evidence over here of flat water and how engineers operate and how fucking pilots operate.
Right.
How radar
I don't care
operates.
what it does in the sky. I don't care what the sky does.
Gives no shit to me. And then they've got this one. Show up down there and you got a 24-hour sun. All right, give me the data. And we will sink our teeth into it and we will figure it out. But like at the end of the day, the pile of evidence versus some stupid fucking sky phenomenon in the sky, which the sun's going the opposite direction. Fuck you.
Well, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. But as I said before, I said there's one of two things are occurring if they see anything at all. And if that thing they see is a 24-hour sun, which I don't believe they're going to see. But if they do, that will mean one of two things, neither of which are the Earth being a globe. What it will mean is that, one, there is some fuckery afoot, or two, there's an optical phenomenon going on, something going on with the sun that we don't fully understand. And we need to look into that more. Is that going to suddenly make the Earth a convex ball? No, it's not. It's not going to suddenly make water be able to adhere to the outside of an object and assume its shape. None of that is going to take place.
Yeah,
None of the other things, because you know why? The sky nor the things in it are the Earth.
No, they're not. They're
That
not.
simple. That's
And,
simple.
and frankly, like after 10 years of beating my head against a wall and taking bullets from fucking literal retards, I'm just like, look, guys, we did the work. We are very clear on our position on this fucking thing. And if you guys want to make a story about anything else, I'll give you your 24-hour sun. I'll give you your 24-hour sun.
And it's not about that.
But
it's not even about that. That's the sideshow. The real story is this. Who the fuck is behind it? Where's the money really coming from? And what in the fuck are they actually getting out of it? Okay? That's the real shit. Who drops 6 digits? Who drops that?
Well, it's not Duffy because like he clearly has debt to other people. So like, who's paying him? I don't know.
I mean, you're going to do that. And there's no return. You mean you tell me you couldn't have just said, hey, I'll tell you what we'll do. I've been talking to ALE, and there's people, I've been talking to some of their employees, and I've offered one $10,000 plus I'll buy the equipment for him to set up a 24-hour camera for us with a mount, so that it will track the sun for 24 hours or something like that. It would be so much cheaper and so much hassle. But what this is exactly what it's designed to do. And it's to sew up division, get people arguing. That's all it is. That's all it is. Because let's look at it. When this fucking guy was given the opportunity to travel to a much closer place, that he'd be able to check for curvature of the Earth, which is what he's interested in, Lake Superior, he flat out fucking refused it. He could have done that and the Antarctic thing. right? But no, he's not interested in that. He's the front man for what I believe is another prong of the spinal offensive of these Globers, because they're done. Toon and FTFE are just straight up lost their fucking minds at this point in time.
So here, my position really very clearly, like on this, is like, it's like the loggerhead and or the where the rubber meets the road is how do you reconcile flat water, which is clearly observably set all the way across the board against things that happen in the sky. I mean, we're almost talking to two completely different posits of observation, and you're like, dude, how do you make an entire ocean that lays flat observably? It's absolutely observably completely in the thing, and then you say, well, there's a sun that's spinning around up there. I'm like, yeah, it doesn't matter, because we've got an ocean that lays flat, and it's been clear for 100 fucking years. You know,
Well,
what do you do with that? What do you do with that? How do you make that loggerhead come together?
Let's just say you had a company come in and they put carpeting in on your floor. Okay, put in carpeting. They get all done, and they say, Mr. Lowry, we're all finished. Would you like to come in and take a look at it? Right? And you say, yeah, make sure you did everything right, right? So what are you going to do? You're going to go in there and look at the fucking carpet, or are you going to look at your ceiling? You're wanting to check with the carpet if the carpet was laid good, flat, level, everything around through the house and done correctly. So you walk in the house and look up at the ceiling. That makes as much sense.
Yeah. That's where I'm at.
that's-
That's where I'm at. It's like, where's the loggerhead? It's like we can prove flat water all day long, 7 days to Sunday. And then you're going to say that there's a aerial phenomenon that's
level water.
Level
Careful,
water.
these fucking guys, these
Yeah.
guys.
They'll chop
are-
they'll chop me up and like make that. Yeah, I get it.
Water's not level. We have waves. Water's not flat. We have waves. The earth's not flat. We have mountains. That's why I say a level.
What I should say is, like, in aggregate, over the course of the terrain that we ambulate around in, it's flat. And that's, what do you do with that? What do you do with that
Level.
sort of conversation? Level. Okay.
Level.
We'll get our words right and say that.
Don't
And
let them trick you with the word magic.
yeah, and that's kind of what it is. It's like, look, that is the crux of what we're up against this
Well,
September.
there's magic even used in the Webster's definition now.
Did they switch the definition? Did they do
They
that?
didn't switch it. All right. What they did was they put in there, first off, it's got like a first meaning, right? And it says level. No point higher than another. Okay. Then says following the contour of the curved portions of following the curvature of the liquid portions of the earth. That's true. It's not lying, because the liquid portions of the earth lie flat, level.
Right.
So level is straight. That is word magic, because
It's a
to take
semantic
that
battle.
right after saying no point higher than the other, that second half of that definition would be contradictory to the first part of the definition. But it's not a lie either. It's a clever use of words. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid portions of Earth's surface. Yes, it does, because the liquid portions of Earth's surface does not curve. So
we can
therefore,
prove
true.
that, but solve in semantic gymnastics. Sure, you motherfuckers, you're out there fucking changing the words of things, but I can sit here and look at a glass of water, and I can do it over and over and over again, and I can do it over and over again, a million times, repeatable, It's flat. It lays
Right.
flat. It does exactly what we see it to be. And if they want to change and do a semantic gymnastics battle on this, I'll be like, fuck you, motherfucker.
Right.
This is
Well,
what it does.
still,
This is what it does.
they're gonna do it anyway, you know. So that's why I go ahead and instead of saying flat, I just say level.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Flatness is a condition of a certain surface, and the surface has all kinds of shit on it. We got valleys, we got areas. We got an area in California that's 285 feet below sea level in Death Valley. We've got other places that are 15,000 feet above sea level at Mount Whitney, only a short distance away from that lowest point. So, you know, they'll jump on that semantic. They really will, especially when it comes down to these really rabid fucks like Craig and Toon. They're just toxic to begin with. Bottom line is this. Anybody wants to come at you confrontational about it, I'm like, okay, you think the earth is a globe? Yeah. Why? That's all I ask. Why? Why do you think it's a globe? And then they tell me some kind of thing, and I say, oh, okay. Well, cool. Well, aren't you going to argue with me? No.
Yeah.
Because you already came to me with your mind made up. You already came to me with your fucking mind made up. I'm not going to argue with you about it.
Yeah, and I had a bunch of you know, you call it, we call it semantics, you know, as far as like it's a simulation, it's whatever. These are word things. These are word positions that we're coming from. And from my perspective, I really just I want to just realize what I can measure. And what I can measure is when I look out to you know, call it a fucking oil platform or call it a ship. That's useful for me. It's useful for me to look at this thing and use what the available globular math is. And we've debunked the globular math in no uncertain terms over and over and over and over and over again forever. Right. So now what are we looking at here? We're looking at a battle of religion. We're looking at a battle of religion. We got anti-flat earthers that hate it because they want to hang on to their space balls. They want to hang on to their fucking sci-fi. I was there, buddy. All you people out there that love fucking Star Wars and love everything else. I was the same as you. And I know there's people out there listening that are just lurking in the chat. And I want you to know I was exactly you. I was you. Now, here we are. I'm looking at the math. I'm looking at the fucking mathematical thing of seeing too fucking far. Give me something that comes back of that. I'll go back to your globe. Never going to happen. Never going to happen.
Right.
Ever.
Well, you can't unsee the truth. You can't unsee things.
It's over. It's over already.
And that's the thing. It's not a battle of religions. It's a religious belief versus reality. And that religious belief being that of a globe. So that when somebody comes to me and they've already got their fucking mind made up, well, I'm like, you just want to argue. You're not curious about this shit. You haven't even looked at it. You come right off with, oh, what are you going to fall off the edge?
Yeah,
and my answer to that, I'm like, well, have you ever fallen off of a pond?
I know, it's just like so dumb.
How the fuck do you fall off of a pond? You know,
the mixing up of the models, the pancake pizza. It's just like, but we have to continue to say, none of us believe in that flying pizza shit thing.
No.
We don't believe in it. Okay. So like all of you out there on the fence, all of you out there like operating on the fence, none of us fucking think of the fucking pizza in space. We don't fucking know what's out there, dude. Ma'am, whatever you're getting up to.
None of us think that way. Gets me. Here's the one that gets me, and it's very psychologically telling. Okay. And I'm sure everybody's heard this one before. You still think the earth is flat? Now, wait a minute. Do I still think the earth is flat indicates one of two things. One, that I transported here from the Middle Ages, which we know didn't happen. Or two, you once thought it was flat too until you were convinced otherwise.
By your kindergarten teacher?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that unknowingly those people are actually telling about it right there. You still think the earth is flat? What do you mean? I still think the earth is flat? I used to believe the globe just like you, right? But that phrasing.
Dude, I was the same as everybody else, like in this whole world.
But that's interesting turn of phrase. It's really an interesting turn of phrase, especially when you look at it. I've often been told you overthink things. No, I don't. I analyze things. Okay. I analyze things. And there's something really telling in that, especially in the reactions that I've seen with people too, because they seem like a lot of times they'll revert to the mental maturity level they were at when this indoctrination took place. They become very childish very quickly. I've actually had people hit me with, I'm rubber, you're glue. I'm not kidding. It's that bad. But I'm getting ready. I got to land this plane, Lowry.
Yeah.
I was going to do this an hour ago.
I can help you. I can help you land the plane. Like
I wanted to show you something really. This was based as shit. And we need more people talking up like this. This was great. Listen to this guy, man. I thought he did this in an interview.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
Come on. Sicker than your average.
I would say this is super important. I've always felt this is the most important topic to talk about. You know, I think Sav, you're kind of the same as my, you know, for my disposition is like your spiritual disposition after this is yours. If you whatever God you believe in or whatever that is, flat Earth is the thing that's going to bring us all back to what I would call equilibrium. After that,
it's the Jenga tile that pulls the whole tower of deceit down.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like it's a cornerstone of the indoctrination to follow. Once they've got you onto that, that's when all the rest of it comes, because it's amazing how once you've broken away from the globe lie, you see the rest of the fucking bullshit. And you go, oh man, come on.
And I can't impart that enough, guys. Like, I know like most of the people in here listening are already there, but like if there's people that are coming in late and seeing this broadcast, this helps you get to a new place insofar as looking at reality. And after that, you know, whatever you call God, whatever you call the creator, whatever you call whatever that is, that's on you, not on us. We have done enough of the heavy lifting to get this fucking thing figured out, and we've done a pretty good job. We didn't come up with it originally. We uncovered shit that was old fucking cosmology shit. We did that, and now please take your own trip after that spiritually with us, and honestly, like let's just have a good time after.
Look, it brings most people to the realization that this is a intelligently created thing and we're part of it. We're not on it. We're part of it. Okay. Your kidneys aren't in your body. They are, but they're part of your body. Everything being a functional part of the greater whole. And once we get away from the idea that, oh, we are on the earth. No, you are the earth. You are part of it. We're not separate from it. and being conned into the idea that we are separate of the earth and we're on it. This is why it makes it easy for people to accept the idea of disposing of things and fucking shit up, and it doesn't matter, and we having this and more infrastructure and this, that, and the other, regardless of the fact that it's not in harmony with nature. We used to build things in harmony with nature, and it's part of our nature to want that. If anybody, I guarantee you, everybody, when they went and saw Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit, everybody thought, how cool was the fucking Shire? How cool was the way the hobbits lived? Everybody loved that. They were like, I love Frodo's house. It's so fucking cool. Right?
Yeah, yeah. And I think we're a very base place where have a good life and like have a good thing going about how you get about it. Like love your life and like and enjoy your life. And I think like we're in a very fucking crazy ass place right now. We're learning some new stuff, and
here come the jesters. 1, 2, 3.
But anyway, I that's enough ranting for me tonight. Sov, love you to death. Everybody out there in chat, love you. And it's going to be a really interesting, next couple of years, and just keep an open mind. Yeah, keep an open mind and do what you do. That's really where we're at, Yep.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up, Lowry. We'll see you next time, brother.
Indeed.
All right, everybody. And to all the people out there in the chat, if I missed you, we got Anna, Banana Republic showed up here. We got Sarah G, bunch of great people. Push Buttons here, KB Tools. So many people that just showed up here in the last little bit. We had 129 over here. What do we have over here? 20 over on Rumble, it looks like. Man, doing good here. Loving it. Having a good time. So everybody, thanks for coming up. And all the people that came up on the panel tonight, thank you. And we'll see you all next time right here on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Until then, don't forget, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey, and just don't go to the doctor. Just don't. Okay, I wouldn't. That's me. So y'all, good night.
Riverside, wait for me. I'll be coming home. Wait for me.